you see Reverend Singh?
I don't.
I don't either.
What is going on?
Huh?
I feel like the third one in a row.
Well, and the thing of it is that I'm confirming with all of them in writing.
The one came late last night.
Is it? Well, he's usually pretty. He's pretty good. I've never had him not show
Maybe
up.
not have the license.
But okay, well, we've got a few minutes.
I guess, do you want me to say it in case he's hidden somewhere in there?
Yeah, I don't see him, but yeah, say it because maybe I don't.
If not, we'll have our moment of silence.
Huh?
If not, we'll have our moment of silence. I mean,
Yeah.
the guy came in late last.
Mrs.
Yeah,
Miller,
he did
Dr.
come
Miller,
in
just
late.
wanted to make sure you got that.
Yes. Yes. Sorry. I was. Yep.
I've read it. I didn't bring it with me. Got it today.
That sounds a little fishy. Okay. Is everyone ready? Guys, good? Marcia, are you ready? Okay. We are going to call this regular meeting of the Martin County School Board to order. We will now have Reverend Anil Singh from Trinity United Methodist Church of Jensen Beach say an opening prayer followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Looks like he's not here yet, so we will have a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Felix A. Williams Elementary Sailfish Singers under the expert guidance of Mrs. Colleen Doherty. The Sailfish Singers will be singing the Felix A. Williams School Song, and they will follow up with the patriotic song, Your Grand Old Flag, written by George M. Cohen. Then conclude with a preview of the 2024 Music in Our Schools concert with Better When I'm Dancin', the Meghan Trainor version from the Peanuts movie.
Just one thing I wanted to say about the school song. It was composed by Jacqueline and Sarah Anson about 10 years ago, and then Peter Jones created the piano accompaniment.
To the A, to
Thank you, Mrs. Doherty and the Felix A. Williams Sailfish Singers. You did an amazing job. Mrs. Falls, will you please call the roll?
Mr. DeTerlizzi,
Here.
Mrs. Roberts, Mrs. Powers,
Here.
Mrs. Pritchett,
Here.
Mrs. Russell.
Here. Do you want me to go? Okay, Pastor Singh did make it. We would like for you to go ahead and come forward, and we'll have you say a prayer. That was. Go ahead. Thank you for coming. Go ahead. Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for inviting me. Please join me as I offer an invocation for our meeting. Let's draw it together in mind, heart, and spirit. Creator of our world, author of all life, thank you for breathing life into us. Thank you for the life we share. And especially we thank you for the students of Martin County. Loving one, as we gathered here today, remind us that our students represent our future. In just a few short years, our young people will serve as officials and administrators, doctors, lawyers, scientists, business people, bankers, police officers, firefighters, paramedics, authors, journalists, artists, musicians, restaurateurs, oh yes, and teachers, and parents and caretakers. The possibilities for the future are endless, but the path to our greater future begins today with us. Grant us the wisdom, strength, ideals, and unity of purpose to offer all our students the knowledge they will need to fashion a bright future for themselves and all of us. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda with the following items added? 7.04 and 15.15, items updated 3.03, 18.03, 18.05, items removed 17.01, 17.02, 14.01, 14.02, 14.03, and 15.07.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Pritchett and a second by Mr. DeTerlizzi. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. DeTerlizzi and a second by Ms. Roberts. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Do I have any board member discussion at this time? Seeing none, we will move on to our recognitions. We have our 2024 Martin Arts Chalk Mural Competition winners. Mr. Cowles, would you like to come forward?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Maine, members of the Martin County community. I'm Mark Cowles, Coordinator of Art, Music, Physical Education, Social Studies, and World Languages. It's a pleasure to be here tonight. Before we get to our guests, I think you picked up on it. Our elementary music teachers are a little bit competitive. And I mean, props, choreography so that was kind of a step up. And I think Crystal Lake, Palm City, you're not, I see Palm City right here. Hopefully not, we won't tell Mr. Coco, but they'll probably bring pyrotechnics or something next, who knows? So just keep that on the down low for now. We live in an amazing community, and we all know that sitting in this room right now, and we are so blessed to have great community partners with us today. We have Martin Arts, we have Michelle Foglio and Jennifer Hearn, and I'll bring them up shortly. Our great community is always offering opportunities for our student involvement. Martin Arts partner with our middle school teachers and chalk artist, Danuta Rothschild, to provide education about chalk art. Students then submitted and presented their artwork at the first ever chalk mural competition at the 2024 Martin Arts Festival. Thank you to our middle school art teachers, Tanya Guevara, Jennifer Foglia, Melissa Nelson, Shiloh Griffin, Stephanie Moreno, and Cheryl Adza for encouraging your students and working with Martin Arts on this event. And if you're here, could you please stand to be recognized? What we're going to do is we're going to have Jennifer Hearn be up there for the students that were able to make it. We understand middle school schedules, sometimes the conflict of getting here is a little difficult. So if you are here when your name is announced, please meet Jennifer up there to accept your certificate and your award. And at this time, please welcome Michelle Feligno to announce this year's winning participants.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having us. Arts Fest is a program from Martin Arts. We're proud to host our first Chalk Walk. As Mark mentioned, it was a competition for middle school age students during the weekend of February 10th and 11th. We were able to place chalk artist Danuta Rothschild in all 5 middle schools for a 20-hour residency in each location. The chalk art was funded, it was put together due to a grant that we received from the state of Florida, Department of State, Division of Arts and Culture. The theme was a landscape of hope, which gave students a chance to express their dreams that they have for the future of our community. This theme was chosen by the League of Women Voters as a way to increase community dialogues and along in their future efforts to create a better and more engaged citizenry in our community through their Imagine Democracy initiatives. Students' works were judged by artist Mark Walnark. He is the ceramics and sculpture director at the Armory Arts Center. And he selected first, second, and third and honorable mention awards based on the connection to the theme, craftsmanship, balance, and use of color. Martin County Arts in Public Places continued their support of Arts Fest to provide a People's Choice Award for the competition. And it was very competitive. The kids were their own spokesperson, and they did a really good job advocating for their artwork. So the winners for People's Choice, as collected by Art in Public Places, is first place team is the Fishbowl Indiantown Middle School artists Emily Chilene and Sophia Angelis. Are they here? And I'm sorry, I might be mispronouncing their names, so hopefully they, if they're here, they'll come up. Second place team is Art Assault, Murray Middle School, artist Jake Alt. Third place team is Stewart Middle School, artist Ethan, oh, here's Jake, go ahead, yeah. You have to go to Jeff, get your award. Great. Third place team is Stewart Middle School, artist Ethan McGee. And honorable mention team is Team Draco, Murray Middle School, artist Elizabeth Lewis. Great. All winners are receiving a gift basket courtesy of Art in Public Places for Martin County. And the Judges' Choice recipients are first place team, the Fishbowl Indiantown Middle School. Artists Emily Chilene and Sophia Angelis will be receiving a Visa gift card. Congratulations to both ladies. Second place team is Team Finn, Stewart Middle School. Artists Finn Frawley and Miles Creech. They have won their classroom $150. And third place team is Team Diana, Indian Middle School, and artist Diana Perez has won her classroom $75. Thank you to everyone who participated, all our student artists, and for all of the amazing Middle School, Martin County Middle School art teachers. Thank you so much. And to Mark, thank you so much.
Absolutely, yes.
I'm good, I'm good, I'm good. Great.
Congratulations to all of our winners. We would love, well, let's see, moving on, we have our student representative, Austin Connolly.
Thank you. I'm going to start with Jensen Beach High School. So the drama department successfully concluded an amazing run of their musical of the Addams Family. Our Jubilant Choir and band all performed phenomenally well at their MPAs, earning the highest possible score of Superior. The band also recently returned from an amazing and educational trip to Atlanta, Georgia. Our AFJROTC has been diligently working with the staff and students at SMS to help them prepare for life in high school next year, as well as recruit for potential members of this wonderful program. Our Key Club and leadership students are actively preparing to head to FAWE upon return from spring break to educate the students on financial responsibility through the Junior Achievement Program. Our NHS conducted a very successful Super Bowl canned food drive, collecting donations for local food banks. The Falcon football and sailing team had a successful signing day on Friday, as family and friends got to watch multiple talented athletes sign with their future programs. MCHS. Students from the Academy of Computer Science enjoyed the experience attending Florida's first ever statewide high school cybersecurity competition, Cyber Launch. Kanye, Charlie, Kaysen, and Sebastian received hands-on experience in the Capture the Flag CTF challenges, attended CompTIA's breakout sessions, and visited different vendors like the EC Council. The MCHS Academy of Culinary Arts participated in the 23rd Annual Florida Pro Start Culinary Team Competitions. As a school, our students took second place overall. Additionally, several students were recognized for their individual and team accomplishments. Culinary team third place, Michael DeCesare, Zach Walker, Kayla Caves, Sarah Doodle, and Isabella Quivido. Sorry if I'm pronouncing these wrong. Restaurant management team third place, Victoria Garcia, Rosemary Hernandez, Selena Hartley, and Jennifer Lopez. For the edible centerpiece, second place was Brian Stoney. For the waiters relay, top 8 finish, Taylor Kuhn, Costindo Podivdo, and Davis Scott. For the Hospitality Excellence Award, Victoria Garcia. MCHS speech and debate team competed at the Harvard University National Tournament in February, and Ashley Crosby was a quarterfinalist, finishing in the top 100 competitors in the country. The MCHS chapter of the National Honor Society, NHS, kicked off their senior NHS member scholarship fundraiser utilizing SnapRaise as the platform. As of Wednesday, 3/6, NHS raised $21,277 with 18 days remaining for the campaign. NHS anticipates the awarding of 24 $1,000 scholarships to qualifying NHS seniors. MCHS DECA attended state competition in Orlando with over 2,600 students from across the state, placing in the top 50%. The results are as follows. Travel and tourism team decision-making, 26th in the state, Brooke Belding and Mackenzie DeNicola. Hospitality service team decision-making, 15th in the state, Kellen Ferrero and Alexis Kavoukalis. Entrepreneurship team decision-making, 28th in the state, Morgan Williams and Hutch Hutchinson. Miss Leah Lawrence was also a recipient of the Professional Service Award for 15 years of service with DECA. The MCHS Choral Department competed in the District Vocal Music Performance Assessment MPA, and combined ladies received all superior ratings from 3 judges for their stage performance and superior in sight reading. Combined Men received all excellent ratings from the 3 judges for their stage performance and a superior in sight reading. Opus received all superior ratings from the judges for their stage performance and a superior in sight reading. On Thursday, March 7th, the Martin County Symphonic Band and Wind Ensemble performed at the Florida Bandmasters Association District 13 Concert Music Performance Assessment at Vero Beach High School. Symphonic Band received an overall excellent rating while earning a superior rating in sight reading. Wind Ensemble earned a unanimous superior rating and received a grade of A in every caption of adjunction. Additionally, students Ashley Crosby and Louis Medina participated in the student conductor assessment and both earned a superior rating. South Fork High School. A lot of wonderful things have been going on in the choral department. Earlier in February, we had 7 students qualify for states with their solos. Additionally, students Logan Jacobs and Natalie Carbolo were also selected to represent the state of Florida in the Southern State Honor Choir. They sang beautifully during our week in Louisville, Kentucky, and represented South Fork very well. Recently, South Fork had its musical performance assessment for the choirs, MPA. This year, we brought Carolyn Top Choir, our advanced treble, and our full program concert choral to be assessed. Each choir performs 2 pieces for a panel of 3 judges and then moves to the sight reading room, where they are given a new piece of music and they are asked to perform sight unseen. This year, I am pleased to announce that both Carolyn and Advanced Treble received the highest score of superior, and our concert choral received an excellent. The Advanced Treble received a perfect score, straight A's. Both of these superior rated choirs qualified for stage, which will take place in April. The Wind Ensemble and Concert Band traveled to Vero Beach High School to perform at the annual FBA Concert Band Music Performance Assessment, MPA. The Wind Ensemble received straight superior ratings and a perfect score. This is the first time in 5 years that a band from South Fork High School has received straight superior ratings at Concert MPA. The Wind Ensemble will be traveling to states in April to qualify. A group must receive an overall superior rating at the district level. Thank you.
Thank you, Austin. Now we will have our district update with Jennifer DeShazo.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. It's my pleasure to bring you this month's school district update. All local families who are not currently enrolled in the Martin County School District are being invited to embark on a journey to academic excellence through controlled open enrollment. This statutorily required process allows Florida families to take full ownership of their children's learning and enroll them in any school in the state if that school has open seats. During the February board meeting, it was determined that all Martin County School District schools would be eligible for controlled open enrollment, and we are happy to report that so far, the district has received more than 250 applications from out-of-county residents, surpassing last year's total of roughly 200. The application window for controlled open enrollment will remain open through March 31st. Let's take a look at a recent story WPTV did to highlight the process. Maybe one more, most of it's not there. It's not necessarily bringing families with schools children. That's why the district is utilizing the controlled open enrollment process to expand its reach, with most schools not at full capacity.
goes on, we're starting to see a little bit decreased enrollment, nothing too major, but every student is associated with an amount of funding from the state. So it's very important that we have those kids in our seats.
And then we put in a sling students like Haley Lunning, who participates in multiple specialty programs, support the idea of allowing others from outside the area to do the same.
If that kid really wants to take on that occupation and just want to go through that career, let the kid do it. So whether you're zoned for South Fork, or you're zoned for another school, or you're zoned out of county coming in, the fact that we can provide you with something you wouldn't get elsewhere, I think that's invaluable.
The application process does begin tomorrow, March 1st. We have more information for you on our website, WPTV.com. Reporting in Martin County, Stephanie Suskine, WPTV, News Channel 5.
And students accepted into one of our schools via the controlled open enrollment process must have their own mode of transportation to and from school. Once accepted, the student is permitted to continue attending the school through the highest grade level offered on the campus without having to resubmit their application annually. And as the Martin County School District is approaching its centennial anniversary, yes, you heard that correctly, its centennial anniversary of cultivating legendary growth and student success, we invite all families to celebrate the opportunities we have available to engage our students in their learning. Complete details are available on our website. We're excited to announce that we will soon be expanding our career and technical education programs like the one you saw in the previous video. The district has been selected as one of 19 winners of the Workforce Development Grant from the state of Florida, and we will receive approximately $1,075,000 to help expand programs designed to meet the evolving needs of our local job market. The grant's funding will primarily be used to expand our applied information technology, criminal justice, and medical and allied health programming. Each of our CTE programs provides students with hands-on training and real-world experience through clinicals, lab settings, job shadowing, and various internship opportunities. Students can also earn industry-recognized certifications and college credits in many cases for completing the programs. We'll be excited to share details about the program expansion with the community as these updates get underway. Students who attended pre-K programs in Martin County are outperforming those in all neighboring counties according to the latest Florida Assessment of Student Thinking, also known as FAST results. State law requires that kindergartners be administered a statewide screening test within the first 30 days of school. Here's a breakdown of the FAST results for kindergartners in Martin County as reflected in August of 2023. 59% of Martin County students who entered kindergarten in August scored ready for kindergarten compared to the state average of 51. And 70% of Martin County kindergarten students who completed a voluntary pre-kindergarten, or VPK program, scored ready for kindergarten compared to the state average of 64%. The early childhood community of Martin County has been working diligently to increase the readiness of all VPK students, and the collaborative fruit of these efforts is demonstrated in our readiness scores. Let's give a round of applause to our students and our early childhood education teammates who contribute to our Students Foundation for academic success. And as Austin shared, we had Martin County High School's culinary students competing in the Florida Pro Start Culinary Team Competition. They took home second place overall, taking on students from 42 other programs across the state in a variety of culinary and hospitality categories. In addition to taking home second place, several students were recognized individually for their accomplishments. All members of the culinary and management teams received scholarships from various institutions such as the Culinary Institute of America, Johnson & Wales University, Nichols State University, Culinary Institute of Virginia, Kaiser University, the Rosen School of Hospitality at the University of Central Florida, and the Chaplin School of Hospitality and Tourism Management at Florida International University. Congratulations to these students and their teachers. Until next time, you can find us wherever you scroll.
Thank you, Jen. Mr. Main, would you please share your superintendent's update?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to ask everybody to give one more round of applause to our Fowey Sailfish Singers chorus. They did a fantastic job. And to all of our students with the Martin Arts Chalk Mural winners, congratulations. Always great to be able to highlight and celebrate our students. Very proud of you. Yeah, well, we can give that a round of applause. I'm good with that. Lots of student celebrations, and that's what we're here for. So I'm proud to also announce that I'll be joining several of our district staff members in hosting our third town hall event that is scheduled for Tuesday, March 26th at 6 o'clock p.m. This town hall will be held at Indiantown Middle School, so we encourage all of you to come out and join that town hall setting. We have had 2 successful town halls prior to this one, and we look forward to having and hosting all of those families that are out in the Indiantown community. Prior to the event on the 26th, we ask that community members who are planning to attend please complete a linked survey on our website and any questions that you would like to see answered during the town hall. And as always, and as we did at the last town hall meeting, and it worked very well, we will do a true town hall fashion meeting where there will be a question and answer session with a panel of our district office staff, and we will stay as long as needed to answer the community's questions. So we thank you and encourage you to attend. College and career readiness, as much as we focus on the learning and growth of our students while they're enrolled in our schools, we're equally as passionate about making sure that they're prepared for post-secondary pursuits. The Martin County School District recently held a college and career fair in this room, and juniors and seniors were bussed in from their high schools where they were able to meet face-to-face with dozens of our post-secondary institutions and local employers. Then later that night, families were invited back and their children were able to participate. All of the parents, guardians, and their children were able to participate in the fair as well. So let's take a look.
I'm kind of stuck, but medical field, veterinary.
He's specifically looking for mechanical engineering, whether they know their future career or college. I kind of have an idea of what I want to study. I don't really know where I want to go yet, or still have questions.
I'm trying to further my college research to figure out where I want to look more into.
The Martin County School District's College and Career Fair had something for every student to help plan their future.
I get to meet with some top colleges like you at FSU.
I've never really had an interest in Penn State before, but after seeing them here today, I really it's kind of caught my eye a little bit. More than 25 colleges, post-secondary training institutes, and industry professionals set up shop in the district's boardroom. During the day, students from each high school were bussed in for the college and career tour.
My wonderful teacher, Mrs. Morelli, told me about it, and I was like, oh, well, I know what I want to do in college, but I don't know what my best fit is for, so I can come here, go to meet other colleges and see what I like.
At night, parents had the opportunity to join in. I came here with my son and to look into different universities and different options.
Narrows down where we want to take her for small houses and whatnot, so it just makes it a little bit easier to shorten the list and we're not running all over the place.
And everybody knows what they're talking about, so it comforts me to know that he's going to to a really good university, potentially in the future. After touring all the local or out-of-state colleges, trade schools, and industries, and participating in mock interviews, these students and their parents feel more secure about the future.
Gives them a lot of experience and a way to just open up those questions.
Really opens your eyes up to new opportunities, and I think that if you really are undecided as to what you want to do and where you want to go, this is really pushes you in the right direction.
Opportunities and making sure that our students are aware of what's out there so they can tap into them, and many of them are right here in our backyard, and we want them to stay locally as much as possible to join our workforce. So it was a great evening. Elementary, middle, and high school students in Martin County recently competed in the Martin County Regional Science and Engineering Fair. The elementary portion featured nearly 200 students from 90 classrooms. Port Salerno Elementary was awarded the Best Performing School Award. Tallis Bryn from Palm City Elementary was awarded the Florida Association of Science Teachers STEM Fair Award. And at the secondary level for middle and high school students, more than 80 students participated. 16 students from the Martin County School District earned a spot at the upcoming state finals in April and will represent us well. So please join me in congratulating the following students: Sophia Gaspar Loraca, Alexis Lloyd and Mia Hoystad from Stewart Middle School, Brian Wang from Hidden Oaks Middle School, Alana Lavat from Stewart Middle School, Jack Saravis, Murray Middle School, Hannah Robbins, Hidden Oaks Middle, Ethan Timmer and Matthew Jarrell from Stewart Middle School, Molly Moore, Stewart Middle School, Claire Rawlings, Murray, Madeline Tuma, Hidden Oaks, Nina Goyal, Martin County High School, Varun Singh, South Fork High School, and Ahan Asthana, South Fork High School, and Nira Goyal, Martin County High School. Great job, congratulations. Well deserved. And in response to several questions that we've received from teachers and community over the past few months, I've asked that our Assistant Superintendent of Finance, Mr. Carter Morrison, to speak this evening on our teachers' salaries. Transparency and a commitment to excellence are two of my core values, so I want to ensure that our faculty, staff, and community are well aware of the proactive and diligent stance our school board has taken to ensure that our salaries not only remain competitive in the Treasure Coast region, but frequently outpace many of our neighboring districts. At this time, I'd like to introduce you to Mr. Carter Morris.
Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent, board members, members of the community. I've been asked to provide a bit of an update to everyone regarding our ongoing negotiations with our teachers union, Martin County Education Association. Oops, sorry about that. Chapter 447 of Florida statutes. Under that statute, wages are one of the mandatory subjects of bargaining on an annual basis. And what I'm about to show you is information that we passed across the table on February 27th at our bargaining session, where the district proposed two options to the MCEA. Option one was a pay-for-performance proposal, where annual contract teachers who scored as highly effective on their evaluation would receive $1,200. Annual contract teachers who are effective that score effective on their evaluation would receive $900. Professional services teachers would receive, if they're scored highly effective, $900. And professional services teachers who are effective, at that time we proposed $800. However, statutorily, that number needed to be 75% of the effective amount, which was $675. So the estimated cost at that time was $1.28 million. However, with the revision, it would be about $1.277 million. Part of that package was the American Rescue Plan. Everyone knows that these funds were provided in response to the COVID crisis, and those funds are expiring. And based on the available funds that are in the American Rescue Plan and the flexibility that we have in consideration for all groups, we proposed a one-time non-recurring bonus of $790. Other districts, depending upon where they are in their expenditures and their programming, could offer more, could offer less. It depends on where they are. Estimated cost of that was about $1,021,000. Next slide, please. So we wanted to kind of take a look at what that would mean or what that would look like with respect to the potential impact of that wage offer. As I mentioned before, it is predicated on the scoring or evaluation, final evaluation score of that member of the bargaining unit, so which is why I highlighted that little box there in red. And we just picked a couple teachers with years of experience, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, and 30 years. And you see their contract status in the next column beside it. We've been tracking through 22, 23, actually a little bit before that, what their salary has been adjusted over time to start off the 23-24 fiscal year, what their beginning salary was. We have settled and agreed and paid out what we call the teacher salary increase allocation, which was provided to us by the state. And dependent upon, again, where you scored, you could either receive $1,200, $1,400, or as low as $400, depending upon where you were on the schedule. So after the TSIA was added, today, the salaries that are reflected is the total annual with the TSIA. I'd like to emphasize that negotiation is a process. It's an ongoing process. There's back and forth and exchange of proposals. So the current proposal that we have on the table for performance pay as I mentioned in option 1, is reflected in that column. We're at $1,200, all the way, well, because these are highly effective, it only shows the $900, which will then get added to the new base. So as you can see, that 5-year teacher would receive roughly between the TSIA and the performance pay about $2,400 to add up to a new base of $53,600 and so forth, which represents around a 5% increase in the salary from the beginning of the year. Members of the public may also be aware that in 2018 and renewed in 2022, the voters of Martin County approved a 0.5 millage with language reflected in there that we could go lower than 0.5 depending at the board's discretion. In that total millage column, you will see, depending again, once upon the agreements that we have made, that the millage amount were paid out with the first tranche of payments in September, and then the true-up, which is to exhaust all the funds, were made in December of 2023, with MBUs receiving somewhere between $2,300, depending upon where you would have been on the schedule and proration, to 30 years, that shows almost little over $13,000. The American Rescue Plan bonus, again, is under negotiation, and we have proposed a $790, again, once based on what's available in that fund. So the total compensation following that teacher with 5 years of experience would be $56,740.76, and the total compensation increase would be approximately $5,000, or an 11% increase. We are also tracking, if you will, and comparing, as the superintendent mentioned, how competitive are we base to base when we look at our surrounding districts, primarily up the Treasure Coast in St. Lucie and Indian River. And so you can see the base adjustment when you compare our new base to the current base in St. Lucie County. In this particular instance, this teacher would be $5,600 better. When compared to Indian River, would be $4,600 better. With the addition of the millage, would be $5,950.76 better, and versus Indian River, that does not give a millage to its teachers, $6,950.76. That is the red arrow at the very corner of the sheet, and it follows throughout the sheet. However, each proposal is not without its pros and its cons. The pros in option 1 is that it's aligned to Florida Statute 1012, which gives salary adjustments or increases based on the teacher's final evaluative score. In this proposal, we budgeted approximately $1.3 million for this program. The pros are that it awards teacher salary increases based on their performance. It aligns with the Florida statutes. However, it does not address a problem that we've had over the last couple of years, not endemic to us, but throughout the state of Florida, where because of the way the increases were awarded in the TSIA, it compressed the schedule. So this proposal, unfortunately, did not address that. It also awards a lower amount to over 200 plus professional services teacher contract teachers. And as a result of that, it sort of produces what I call an uneven experience placement schedule with ranges, because it depends upon where everybody is scoring. Next slide, please. Next. Option 2. Here we go. The next option that we proposed actually lowers the pay for performance amounts, whereby annual contract teachers who are scored highly effective receive $100. Annual contract teachers that are effective are $75. Professional services teacher that scored highly effective are $75. And professional services teachers receive $50 for a cost of $105,706. So where did the rest of that money go? What we're doing, or what we have proposed, is to recognize teachers for their years of experience in a years of experience salary increase adjustment. As an example, in this proposal, all MBUs will receive $85 per year of verified experience capped at $3,000 for years 31 and above. That cost is about $1.4 million because the board added about $200,000 to the proposal in order to address the compression. Item C is again the repeat of the American Rescue Plan, which we are proposing $790 based on the amount of money that we have left over. You'll see item D there that talks about option 2, wage offer is contingent on ratification by the last day for students, is that the board's intent is to make sure that we try to get these funds in the hands of the teachers by the end of the fiscal year. Hopefully we can get this wrapped up before everybody leaves for the summer break. So looking at the potential impact of option 2 in the red squares, if you will, you can see that instead of based on performance, you can see that teachers do receive a component of performance pay, which does align with Florida statutes, but it gives more weight to the years of experience that a teacher may particularly have verified. So as an example only, at the very last one, the teacher with the 30 years of experience would receive a salary increase of over $2,550 just based off their years of experience. Again, their beginning annual salary would be $57,500. They've already received the TSIA of $400 in this instance. So today they're at $57,900, which if agreed upon, the pay for performance and the years of experience salary adjustment would put their new base at $60,525. If you cast your eyes to the right on your screen to the column that has the yellow above it, comparing to St. Lucie County and Indian River, you can see that those two are more than what the base-to-base comparison would be. With St. Lucie County, we're higher than them by $2,065, and Indian River County, $4,525. With the addition of the millage again, comparing to what St. Lucie offers versus what we have agreed upon as well, the base versus millage is also higher in every instance, with ranging from $4,726 to a high of almost $8,500 for St. Lucie County. And of course, with Indian River that does not offer a millage, it's even higher. Option 2, again, does have its pros and cons. The pros are it awards teacher salary increases based on their performance, some component of it, but more weighted towards years of experience. It aligns with Florida statutes, and it does address the compression in the schedule. It produces an more even experience placement schedule. However, obviously, it does provide lower pay for performance amounts to teachers with lesser years of experience. Our data indicates this at this point, that prior to the infusion or where we are today, that the current average teacher salary is about $52,318. After, if we come to an agreement, and I have to be careful because this is an ongoing process, our data suggests that that average would go to $53,448. In closing, we wanted members of the board and the community to understand that there are also other opportunities for teachers to earn additional income in the school district, such as, and we just picked a couple random teachers. You can see this teacher had a beginning annual salary of $62,200, received the TSIA dollars for $400, puts him at $62,600. Again, the pay for performance and the years of experience salary adjustment are under negotiation, bringing that new projected base to $65,675. However, the items that are shaded in the salmon color, I'm not too good at colors, indicates other areas in which teachers are able to have the opportunity to earn additional income, such as an advanced degree amount. So for example, in this instance, this individual has an advanced master's degree. Title I supplement, if you're working in a Title I school, you receive an approximate $500. A Western Zone supplement of $3,100 for, I believe this individual is in Indiantown, so they receive that supplement. This individual does not receive an athletic supplement, and there's other supplements in the amount of $6,270, which comprise of a critical teacher shortage supplement, a team leader, and also a yearbook sponsor. And the second item, the athletic supplement, this individual receives supplements for coaching football, weightlifting, golf, etc. So there are opportunities for teachers to receive additional income, not only just through the base salary on what we negotiate, but what we have already agreed to, that is in our collective bargaining agreement. So just to close out, again, advanced degree supplements, supplements for working in a Title I school, Western Zone supplements, supplements for coaching athletics, and team leader supplements are just a few examples. In the gray shaded area to the extreme right on your screen, we also put the total amount of all of those components of their compensation that are eligible for a board FRS contribution, which is around 3%, as everyone knows. So, for example, of the total compensation of this individual of $90,000 projected, $89,000 of that would be eligible for FRS contributions. So, Madam Chair, board members, members of the community, I thank you for, Mr. Superintendent, I thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present this information. And once again, our negotiations are ongoing, and we hope to come to a successful conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carter. I appreciate the board allowing me the time to have Carter give that presentation. Again, we want to be factual, we want to provide the facts, and we will put our salary schedules up against St. Lucie and Indian River's salary schedules. And I can say with very accurately that we are very competitive, and in many cases, you saw on the screen, almost every case ahead of Indian River and St. Lucie. There will be a salary calculator that's just about done, that we're ready to push out, that all teachers will be able to input their individual salary and individual situations based on the supplements that they receive. And we will have in that salary calculator Indian River County and St. Lucie County's salary, base salary, in there, so you can see that if you were contemplating leaving to Martin County to go to St. Lucie or Indian River, what that dollar amount would impact, whether it would be a negative impact or a positive impact, and by how much. So we want our employees to be able to make the very best decision, and we are confident that they will make the decision to stay here in Martin County after they see those numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board for any other information-only reports? Seeing none, would anyone like to speak during our board member information share for anything? Ms. Roberts?
So I don't know, one that was added. One of the information-only reports that was added was the clinic presentation. I don't know if the board has any interest in hearing that or not. I haven't read it yet since we just got it. I don't know. Anybody? No? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
All right, so
I'd
I
be
guess.
interested, but I'd like to read it first.
Okay.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing none, we will move forward to public comment. Due to the amount of public comment we have this evening, we ask that you limit your speech to 2 minutes. We thank you for your understanding. Citizen input is vital to the improvement of our district. Most times your remarks may be listened to without comment from the board members or superintendent. This does not mean that they are heard with any less intensity or concern. Where appropriate, the superintendent and staff will investigate your comments and report back to you and the board with an answer. We thank you for taking the time and having the concern to make our district better. Your presentation to the board should not exceed 2 minutes. Letters or statements from others not present can be given to our clerk, who will be sure that each school board member and the superintendent receive a copy. To keep our record straight and authentic, our policy does not permit you to read the statements of others into the record. First up, Tom McNicholas.
Start the clock yet. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members, Superintendent Maine, leadership staff. Appreciate it. We're just coming back to update you on a couple items. We were here several weeks ago on Hidden Oaks Middle School, but first and foremost, I want to introduce the owner of Calusa Creek and the ranch, who today you agreed on consent agenda. And I know as a public affairs expert, we're supposed to get our votes on consent agenda and hit the door and get out of here, but these partnerships are too important, and your staff has worked tirelessly on these. So we want to mention them and thank you for that. The partnership between Calusa Creek, the ranch, and South Fork High School. I want to first introduce Ken Baxt, who's here in the third row. He's been unavailable until today to make it to one of these meetings, and I want to thank Ken for the partnership that he's contributed to the school district. I also want to point out Brittany Bearden from our office, who created this partnership, and she is a graduate of South Fork High School. So Brittany, thank you for that. She's the lovely lady in the blue dress. When we talked about this partnership, Ken said, it's okay that we're going to put a significant amount of money towards this to improve the property, improve the golf course, and improve the facilities. But what's most important to him is the on-the-job training. And proof is in the pudding. In Friars Head in New York, they've had the on-the-job training for 22 years, and it's been successful with hundreds of students coming through that program. I'm going to point one of them out to my right, Megan Kios, who went through that on-job training for 5 years, survived it, went on to University of Florida, graduated, and then with her culmination, she joined our firm 2 years ago, and she's been doing fantastic. She's actually doing outreach in Indiantown and Hobe Sound. A lot of you may have seen her. 22 seconds. Now I'm going to shift to Hidden Oaks Middle School. Ken, thank you very much for your contributions in the partnership with South Fork. Those on-the-job training, by the way, one last thing, will begin in 2024. Hidden Oaks Middle School. All 3 phases that you all agreed to and approved will be done within the next 6 weeks. We have full funding. A lot of that has been led by community partners like Ken Bax, who is also now beyond that PUD contributing $50,000 to that project. I'll stop there. Thank you, board members. Thank you, Ken Bax. Thank you.
Next up, Charlotte Nebling.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Charlotte Nebling, and I am a junior at Martin County High School. I am an active swimmer at on the Martin County High School team and on the Martin County Swimming Club. I've been swimming for about 7 years and have accomplished swimming at senior championships and have learned life lessons. The life lessons I have learned is self-confidence, time management, and hard work and strength, only a few to list. As a rising senior at the end of the school year, I would love to finish out my swim career at where it all started, the Martin County High School swim pool. But enough about me. This pool has brought many community members together and has brought students together. As your goals state, you are making students college and career ready. This pool has made me college and career ready, and so many others. Please consider the effect that you are causing to this community by taking away a Martin County staple. Thank you, Charlotte Nebling.
Thank you. Next up, Julia Murphy.
Hello everyone, I'm Julia Murphy, swimmer of Martin County Aquatics, going on 7 years now. I'm not here today to only talk about how vital the pool is to our community, but also to stand beside my teammates, my swim family, to prove how much this facility means to every single one of us. I started swimming in elementary school when I first moved to Martin County. Making friends after this change was extremely difficult to me, and as soon as I started to come to practice, I quickly realized what it meant to be a teammate and a friend to all of my peers. I took a break from swimming in middle school, and I suffered with the same situation of not bonding with anybody at school. But after a year, I joined Martin County Swimming again. I found myself watching the clock every day for 4:30 when I would be able to see my teammates and dive into the pool. The best part of my day is when I get to walk into the pool deck and have the refreshing feeling of home against my skin. I know that I speak for everyone a part of the Martin County swimming team, athletes, parents, and coaches included, when I say that this pool holds more than just chlorine. It holds passion, it holds potential, and above all, it holds the foundation of Martin County Swimming high school team and club. Taking away our pool is a greater loss than just financial issues. It is where your future generations collect scholarships for their hard work, where USA Swimming Masters show up at 5 o'clock in the morning to stay healthy, and where our families laugh, cry, and cheer together for our athletes. This is also where kids of our county learn to take their first strokes. So please listen to all of the swimmers talking today and don't take our home. Thank you.
Thank you. Manuel Gonzalez. Manuel Gonzalez.
Good afternoon, superintendents and board members. 7,488 hours. That is the number of hours that I have swum at the Martin County High School pool. That is twice a day, 6 hours a week, all year round for the last 8 years. To me, swimming is more than just a sport. Prior to joining the swim team, I had hard time focusing in school, sitting still, and being able to complete my schoolwork. I was called a behavior problem and told I was falling behind. As soon as I joined the swim team, my grades, behaviors, and understanding for the content instantly increased. I have not had the problem since. I have tried other sports, but nothing gave me the confidence swimming has. Coach Barbara was an essential part of this growth. Some of my achievements of extracurriculars since I began swimming includes a 4.66 weighted GPA, 4.0 unweighted. I am the ace in the ACE program. I'm working on my Eagle Scout project to conserve our waters. I'm a junior lifeguard and have my boaters and scuba license. A relationship I have gained from the pool is with my coach, Daniel Hartley. Coach Danny is the person who I go to gain a racing strategy, talk to me off the ledge when I'm nervous, who I wake up at 5 a.m. for to go to his practices, who has all my times memorized, and who I go to for any problems, swim or not related. Because of Coach Danny and Coach Barbara, I just swam at a meet in which I got an All-Stars and sectionals cut, making me one step closer to my goal of swimming in college, hopefully at a D1 school. I chose the Martin County School in order to swim for this team. I have put in so much commitment, time, and energy for the pool, and while the program keeps me healthy and shape, it is not the only benefit of the program. I've gained coaches who have taught me and helped me so much, and a family, a group of people I am with every single day for this program.
Thank you. Thank you. Addison Nesser. Addison Nesser. And if you can please hold your applause so that they can hear their names being called, I really would appreciate it.
Hello, my name is Addison Kness. I'm 17 years old and I'm a junior at Martin County High School, and I'm in the senior group for club swimming. I've been swimming at this pool for 6 years now, and I wouldn't want to be swimming anywhere else. I've accomplished many of my goals, including my long-term goal of getting my senior championship cut in the 200 backstroke, and have now reset my goal for joining some of my teammates at states next year during high school season in the 100 backstroke. But I don't want to keep talking about myself, because that's not why I'm here. We are here for a bigger reason that is beyond each other's individual wants and needs, but the wants and needs of a community and family that has been here for each other for over 50 years, achieving goals together as a team. The Martin County High School pool is not just a pool that can come and go. It is a rock and a foundation for hundreds of people. Not only this, but it is a place of education. Being a swimmer and swimming at this pool has taught me and will continue to teach generations of swimmers valuable life lessons that will carry into their educational career. It teaches time management, responsibility, good work ethic, as well as loyalty to teammates, friends, and people around you. All of this is carried with these swimmers into classroom and workplace settings for the rest of their lives. By removing the pool, you are sacrificing the opportunity for kids and teens to learn these skills and accomplish their long-term and short-term goals for a new building that won't spark anything inside these kids. In closing, I want you to take a look around. Really look at the faces of the people who are here to speak out for our pool. From the young kids who are taking swim lessons, teens swimming competitively, masters who wake up early every morning to work out, parents who cheer on their kids and drive us everywhere, and to the coaches who make it all possible for our wonderful community to do what we love every day. You are about to take away our why, our reason we wake up every morning and are able to put our feet on the ground with a smile. This decision is not about selfish reasons and what will benefit the small minority, but about how it will affect a hardworking and very large and long existing family. So please, save our pool.
Thank you. David Schaefer. David Schaefer. Once again, if you can please hold your applause, because it's very hard for everyone to hear in here.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Main, and everyone else here this evening with us. My name is David Schaefer, and I'm the principal or assistant principal at Port St. Lawrence Elementary School. And I have the honor of coordinating the Russell Holloway track meet for our school district, where we have over 600 students who participate every year in this meet, where our coaches help to coach them, meet with them every day after school, work through the handoffs of the batons, help them through all these different events. So I want to speak to them for just a few moments. So I stand before you today to talk about our dedicated educators who consistently go above and beyond their contractual obligations. While I'm currently speaking of our PE coaches in the track meet, we have teachers all across this district who do similar things outside of our classrooms. For example, our annual Music in Our Schools event that's occurring this Thursday evening. As we navigate through the complexities of our contract negotiations, it's crucial to recognize the extraordinary commitment our teachers make to the success of our students. Many of our coaches start their track practices and running clubs early in the fall for our meet that usually occurs on a Saturday at the end of January, spending months leading practices, motivating and coaching our students. Their willingness to contribute extra hours for practice to support our athletes exemplifies the spirit of education here in Martin County. This commitment has a profound impact not only on the performance of our students, but also their overall well-being and their resiliency. As we consider the terms of the new contract, let us ensure that it reflects the respect and support our teachers deserve. Let's work together to create an environment where such dedication is acknowledged and encouraged and fosters a future where educators are valued for their pivotal role they play in shaping our leaders of tomorrow. Thank you for your time and your continued support of our educators.
Thank you. Melissa Burke.
Good afternoon. I would like to piggyback on the CTE video from tonight and say thank you for continuing your CTE program in Martin County. It was a great presentation by Mr. McNichols. I'm looking forward to the collaboration with South Fork to see what it brings. To this day, I don't believe there's a functioning sprinkler system at South Fork, which means your turf management program is not working to its maximum ability. That's shameful. I also received an email today from your ag science teacher at Murray Middle that she's quit. So I'm really concerned about how your feeder school for ag science doesn't have an ag science teacher for August, how you're gonna fulfill all those commitments to your contract, your relationship with the South Fork turf and golf course. So really hope that nursing program keeps your CTE going because I'm concerned about where South Fork's at with their other programs. And I've been here before to bring up these concerns to you, so it's not the first time. You also use your related arts teachers to really brag about your district. You did it again today with Mrs. Doherty. She did a fabulous job singing here today with her students. Pay her. She's sitting on 40 hours of comp time. You don't pay her. Respect your teachers when you negotiate. You send people to negotiation on your behalf, the 5 of you elected people. You have political consultants that we pay for, you to have political consultants to go back to Tallahassee. Start caring about the people in your community. Stop using our tax money for wasteful things. Be responsible with the contracts and advocate for us at the state level so you don't have to use these mandates as an excuse for where we're at as a district.
Thank you. Daniel Hartley. Daniel Hartley.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Daniel Hartley, born and raised in Martin County, graduated of JBE, Stewart Middle, and Jensen Beach High School. I'm the co-head coach for Martin County Swimming and small business owner. This isn't my first time speaking here about saving the pool, nor my second, but my third. Once when I was 10, then I was 17, now as a grown adult. It amazes me that every time that people want to close such a vital piece of our community. Countless lives have been changed from this pool. Growing up, I started swimming at this pool at the age of 4, became a lifeguard, worked my whole life through this, and now a coach there. The pool does not only teach kids and adults how to swim, but saves lives and also changes lives for the better. I and many other would not be where I am today if it not were for the pool and the lessons swimming teaches you, such as discipline, dedication, and work ethic. There was a quote put together that it would take over $1 million to fix the pool. That is completely ludicrous. Independent contractors have quoted us at under $500,000. Also, if you walk and measure the square footage of the pool, you can see that whatever you want to put in its place can easily fit in the back of the school, behind the football fields, on the open fields. If you close this pool, there's absolutely no room at Sailfish for any other groups, as I have been, and other parents have been asking for months, and directly from your Assistant Facility Director, Todd Faust, they're not accepting any other groups at this time because there is no space. This town has exploded since I was a kid. Closing the pool would be a catastrophe. Also, in a workshop meeting recently, it was said that the last time the pool was resurfaced with liner in 2008, that we simply went over to Sailfish. That couldn't be further from the truth, as there was no Sailfish in 2008. If you close this pool, they are not only hurting children, which matter the most, but also the community. Groups that have used the pool for training or simply to have a good time include the police department, fire rescue, Special Olympics, ROTC, PE classes, local dive shops, boys and girl clubs, and extended days. Without drowning, last thing, real quick.
Thank you. Thank you. Carol Collins. Carol Collins.
Good afternoon. I'm coming here today as a parent, step-parent, former foster parent, and grandparent in the area. And with one question really for the school board, but it might become more. As a result of the recent settlement regarding State HB 1557, I would respectfully like to ask our superintendent and our school board members, are we ready to stop robbing our children now? And the handful of school board meetings I've been to in the last year, since the Washington Post article that sort of made a mockery of Martin County for the last count, as of last September, 98 books banned via removal here in Martin County. I made the lofty goal of trying to read everything that you have that you have had removed, all of the objections. Didn't make it because you guys are ahead of me. But out of 20-some books, 6,500 pages I've read, not only did none of them have more than a single paragraph where they discussed body parts of any type in any function. Taking these books out of the schools robbed our children of the rest of the 200-odd pages in every one. Stories about what do you do if your parents have a divorce, if there's substance abuse in your family, if a child dies, if there's teen suicide, and what are red flags you can look at that can help you save someone who is maybe in that condition. And all along in the year I've been here, the school board has said they didn't have the resources to reconsider any of these books. Now, there has been resources, however.
Thank you. Thank you.
To have objections.
Thank you. Next, Alec McIntyre.
Good evening, dear Madam Chair, school board members, Superintendent Main. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm here on behalf of my fellow teachers and colleagues. My name is Alec McIntyre, and I'm here to support colleagues throughout the district and at the amazing and awesome school of Jensen Beach High School. I've been a professional educator for 20 years, 18 in the district. I was honored to be a Teacher of the Year in the district 2015. Education is a calling, and it is a challenge. Those who can, teach. Those who believe in raising the education of the next generation and preparing the future of our country, teach. A lot of people struggle to teach one or a handful of kids in their own household. So I've got 150. So there's almost always an audience at work. It's not just about presenting material and preparing for assessments and things. We also have to entertain. And then we have to adjust on the fly for all the curveballs and unforeseen things that happen to us. I believe that the school board partially supports us. We need a school board that supports us 100% from day one. I witnessed some of the negotiations, and it seems like it's just a series of delay tactics. And to help offset rising costs of insurance, some other school districts have discussed the stipend, and they did offer $790. However, the initial offer, your initial offer, was $0. I would like to thank the voters of Martin County for the millage. However, my actual base salary is just barely more than a new teacher. So if your goal is to force quality teachers out of the district, please be careful. It just might work. Thank you.
Thank you. Carrie McIntyre? Carrie McIntyre.
Hi. All right, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Superintendent Main, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Carrie McIntyre, and I'm here as an advocate for our teachers, the public school system, and I have the honor of teaching at Jensen Beach Elementary School. I have had the privilege to teach in Montana, Alaska, St. Lucie County, and as well as Martin County. I have been honored as a Teacher of Year. I'm highly educated with an ESC degree, elementary, Masters of Curriculum Instructions with literacy. I'm an SLP assistant and Reading and ESOL endorsed. This is my first experience where I feel like the board does not fully support our teachers. I was once given this puzzle box with a treasure inside, and it's a symbolic reminder and appreciation for how hard we work in education. Each student that enters our classroom is a puzzle that we have to help discover the treasures that are inside. Each student that walks through our classroom doors bring different challenges, and we have to overcome those obstacles by being consistent, working hard for every single child with full dedication. We are professionals that produce the next president, the next plumber, the next teacher, the next physical therapist. And our profession deserves respect and it deserves honor. We should not be worried about how to make our next mortgage payment. Not after 20 years of experience and a master's degree in one of the most important professions in our country. Should I need to worry about how I'm going to pay for my groceries, afford my health insurance for my family? As I was leaving for here, I had a colleague stop and say thank you because she's living off of insurance of a family member that died because she can't afford to work in Martin County. I believe in Martin County. I believe in the dedication. Thank you.
Thank you. Please hold your applause. Madeline Boosum.
Good evening, Superintendent Main, members of the school board. My name is Madeline Bussum, a student of the Martin County High School School District, currently attending Martin County High School. Today, I will be speaking upon the topic of our pool. I've been swimming for almost 10 years now, and I can say that this pool needs to stay open. First, as many have mentioned or are yet to mention, there's just simply not enough space. Martin County's population has risen substantially over the years, with its current number of residents rising from 28,000 in 1970 to 160,000 in 2021. Of which 17,000 are living in Stewart alone. Attending practices and seeing the capacity of the pool, I don't believe that we'll be able to hold two teams successfully, because I practice at Sailfish. Currently, Jensen Beach High School, South Fork High School, and the Pine School all practice there during high school season, filling all 20 lanes. And when we are not in high school season, the water park hosts Treasure Coast Aquatics, water polo, scuba lessons, synchronized swimming, open swim, and Pat Toner's swim school. So I will ask you, why would it make sense to shut down one of our pools? Now, while you are still pondering about how there's not enough space, let me continue on to tell you why we need this space. Drowning is the leading cause of death among children ages 1 to 5 years old. According to the Florida Department of Health, annually there are enough children under 5 lost to drowning to fill 3 or 4 preschool classrooms. Furthermore, it goes on to state the exact numbers of children lost being 50 in 2019, 60 in 2020, and 75 in 2021. If we take a look at those numbers, it becomes increasingly more evident that drowning is and will continue to be a problem. However, with pools such as the Dick Welch Training Center, we can help mitigate the overall effects of this issue. On the Martin County Swimming website, it is noted this is not a Learn to Swim program. Swimmers must be comfortable in the water, and prepared to swim multiple lengths of the pool each practice. This just further proves the point that the pool has so much potential if we allowed it to. Having swim lessons at the pool would be saving lives. Continuing on, this issue of drowning is not limited to younger children only. According to the CDC, Florida is ranked 3rd in the U.S. for drowning ages 0 to 17. So as I begin to close, shutting down the pool is something that I believe cannot be taken lightly. It's one of the only resources that could help us prevent these deaths. Thank you.
Thank you. Savannah Hill.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Savannah Hill. I'm a sophomore at Martin County High School, and I've been a part of Martin County Swimming for about a year and a half. I am speaking on behalf of saving this pool. Not only has this pool provided me a place to practice my sport, but it has also been a major piece of my high school experience thus far. My family could have moved anywhere and come to Florida. Ultimately, we decided on this area. With this, I had the opportunity to choose between 3 different high schools to attend. But Martin County High School stood out as being the only one offering a pool. As a swimmer and making my decision, I knew that the convenience of the pool at Martin County High School would allow me to work towards my goals in this sport and improve my performance without the extra step of traveling to the nearest facility. And so far, my expectations for this pool have been far exceeded. I have had the best high school and club seasons at this pool, making countless friendships and memories. I hope to continue to be part of my team at our pool for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Chad Fair.
Good evening, Madam Chair, rest of the board. Mr. Main, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. And I want to commend the students who were brave enough to step up here for something they believe in, and thank you for your willingness to step up and speak. I'm actually here to speak about House Bill 1069, which is going through the Florida House and Senate. It's volunteer chaplains in place of mental health counselors. Oddly enough, as a pastor, I find myself against this practice, perhaps because I'm married to a mental health counselor and saw the training that she went through and the training required to get that degree in mental health counseling. My master's degree, 4 years, 1 year internship, 3 years in a classroom. I had exactly 2 classes in pastoral care that in no way made me capable of providing mental health counseling to students or anyone else for that matter. So I commend you. I really implore you to look at this bill. Should it pass, you have the ability to actually not follow that. Everybody thinks, oh, this is a great idea, when they envision their pastor being the one that's in the schools. If it's not their pastor, are they so happy? And just real quickly, having been someone who has attended the negotiating sessions, I'm not sure that the teachers would agree with how competitive that pay is, especially with up to 60% increases in insurance costs, which makes it nearly impossible to make ends meet in Martin County. If you continue to put a system under stress, a system under tension, and not give it the support, the system will fail. We can't afford for our education system to fail. But if we keep putting it under stress and under tension, it will. What do we do with a less educated population? We need our teachers.
Thank you. Christina Fiore.
In 2017, as a single mother to a 3rd grader, I scraped together everything I had to purchase a home. I knew that I could buy more house for my money and pay less taxes in another county. But I also knew that my son would have more opportunities in Martin County, and that is where I wanted him to be. 6 years ago, I made sure to show up for a midterm election because on the ballot was a proposed half-cent sales tax for education. I was there for that. 50 cents for every $100 I spend goes to more opportunities for the kids. Absolutely, sign me up for that. Put it on the ballot again. What I didn't know back then was that it had also recently been proposed to close the pool at Martin County High School. Earlier that year, my son and father took part in the cardboard boat race at that pool. When my son was in 7th grade, a friend introduced us to the swim team. Then in 8th grade, he thought he may want to go to a different high school for a particular CTE program. but he wouldn't be able to be on the swim team in another pool. There was no way I would be able to get him to practice at Sailfish every day at 3:30. So we chose the ACE program and the swim team at Martin County. Now he's a freshman with aspirations of swimming in college. He looks up to the seniors that are leaving for college next year with swimming scholarships. He hopes to do the same. In a school with over 2,000 students, not everyone can be on the football team or the basketball team. Swimming is one of the few sports that will include anyone on the team as long as they can get to practice. And as long as the pool is a few steps outside of their classroom, anyone can get to practice. There are 100 kids on that club team. Does Sailfish have the capacity to take in those new swimmers? With the only other pool in the county becoming overcrowded, how long will it be before we realize we need another pool? We have a unique asset here for our kids. They're putting in some hard work on their end. We owe it to them to keep this pool open. Please preserve what we have.
Thank you. Victoria Deffenthaler.
Good evening. A settlement agreement was reached with the Florida Department of Education and Equality Florida that puts an end to some of the most dangerous impacts of the Don't Say Gay legislation. Several critical protections and clarifications include students and teachers can now speak and write freely about sexual orientation and gender identity in classroom participation and assignments. The settlement reinforces safeguards against bullying based on sexual orientation and gender identity. GSAs are protected, providing students with essential support and advocacy spaces. This law cannot prohibit references to LGBTQ+ individuals, relationships, families, or topics in any educational or extracurricular context. Targeting LGBTQ couples, families, or issues under the guise of this law is explicitly forbidden. LGBTQ+ teachers and students can openly draw or display pictures of their partners and families. The law does not prohibit participation and expression by LGBTQ+ persons in extracurricular events like school dances or the wearing of clothing that is affiliated with LGBTQ persons. The law does not apply to library books so long as those books are not being used in the classroom to instruct on the subjects of sexual orientation and gender identity. It does not prohibit book fairs that include LGBTQ+ focused books, musicals, or plays with references or characters. The settlement promotes a much-needed culture of empathy, compassion, acceptance, and inclusivity. As educators and school board members, your role is to ensure the success of every student, and in order to do this, children and teachers must feel safe, valued, and respected, so it's critical that this information is shared in a timely manner. The Florida Board of Education was required to send agreement to every school district. What has the Martin County School District done to communicate to all employees, parents, and students the protections and clarifications of this settlement, and when was this action completed?
Thank you. Kathleen Wyatt.
Good evening, Martin County School Board and community. I'm Kathleen Wyatt. This is my son, Jackson Wyatt. As a proud alumni of Martin County High School and a former swimmer, I stand before you today not only as a member of this community, but also as a parent whose son currently swims for Martin County High School. I'm here to highlight the importance of maintaining our school's swimming pool, not just for the benefit of our athletes, but the entire community. The pool at Martin County High School is a symbol of dedication, perseverance, and community spirit. Those experiences shaped me into the person I am today. Now, as a parent, I have the privilege of witnessing my own son follow in my footsteps. Tradition. It's why so many of us chose to raise families in the community that we were raised in. Closing down this pool would not only deprive our students of valuable opportunities for physical activity and personal growth, but it would also sever an essential lifeline for our community. I've listened to the last month's school board meeting, and while I understand those budgets and numbers make it pretty easy to make a decision inevitably to close the pool, I urge you to humanize those numbers and recognize that immeasurable value that our pool brings to Martin County. There were comments made about how simple it would be to send swimmers to Sailfish, but I've had the experience as a parent at those clubs, and I can tell you they're pretty much at capacity. My son as well has been a lifeguard at Sailfish Splash, and he can contest to how crazy that pool gets. You know, in Martin County, we have multiple parks. Why can't we have two pools? So let's ensure that future generations have the same opportunities that myself and my son have had to learn and grow and thrive in the water. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Lincoln, and I'm not quite sure the last name, Solzar? And if you can please spell your last name so that we can have a record clear.
Salazar.
Perfect. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lincoln Salazar, and I've been swimming for the Martin County club and team and high school team for 3 years now, and I've been able to compete at multiple state championships that I couldn't have qualified for without this pool. I practically grew up on this pool deck as both my brother and sister swam before me, and during these memorable and remarkable years, I've met lifelong friends, and I've made countless memories that will resonate with me forever. Because of this pool and the people I've met through it, I've become more disciplined and overall a better person, and it is unfair to take these opportunities to meet such great people away from the future of Martin County swimming. Thank you.
Thank you. Cutter Shipman.
Hello, I'm Cutter Shipman, senior and swimmer here at Martin County High School. I stand for the survival of the pool, as with my fellow swimmers and coaches. My teammates and I have trained here for many years, striving for our goals, many of us practicing multiple times per day to achieve them. As of recently, I was honored to be able to represent the Martin County High School at the state championships, along with competing for the Martin County Tiger Sharks at a national level. This pool, along with the coaching and support from friends and family, have allowed me to commit for a Division I college through a swim scholarship. I want others to be able to get the same chance I got, and our pool is essential for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleen Doherty.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Mr. Main. My name is Colleen Doherty, and I'm the proud product of the Martin County Schools. I grew up here and wanted nothing more than to raise my own family here. I have a junior at Jensen Beach High School, 6th grader at Stewart Middle School, and my husband is the band director at Jensen Beach High School. I taught my first 8 years of elementary music at Port Salerno, and this is my 10th year teaching music at Felix A. Williams. I absolutely love providing music enrichment and special performance opportunities for the students at my school. These are some of the most precious memories and experience some of these children will ever have, and absolutely some of my fondest memories as well. It becomes harder and harder each year to continue to put my heart, soul, and personal time into these enrichment opportunities when I'm not compensated. Quite honestly, when I feel also like my time and talent isn't valued or respected. Here's the reality. The comp time doesn't pay the grocery bills or make up from the time away from my own family. As you may have seen on the school district Facebook and YouTube, the Fowey Sailfish Singers performed the Snow Biz musical this past December. For this musical alone, I earned 30 hours of comp time for the rehearsals with students after my contract hours, and this doesn't include any of the hours that were spent planning or coordinating all the late nights and late days after school. Another example is our Music in Our Schools concert on Thursday. It's the 49th annual concert, one that I've personally performed in many times as a Martin County student. Did you know that the elementary music teachers are the only music teachers that are not compensated for our time and the rehearsals or that evening concert? The secondary band and chorus teachers in our district receive an annual supplement, and this concert is one of their requirements. Each elementary school is expected to have 20 students representing their school, yet we are provided no compensation. The last thing I want to quickly mention is the need for retention. This year, out of our 12 elementary schools, we had 5 openings in music. And when I started here almost 20 years ago, there was never a position open. Someone had to die or retire for there to be an opening. I ask that you consider approving the Elementary Music Club sponsor supplement so we can feel appreciated and valued for our time, talent, and efforts with these amazing students. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Rogers. Catherine Rogers.
Good evening, Superintendent and board members. My name is Catherine Rogers, and I'm a sophomore at Martin County High School. Today I came to talk to you about what this pool is and the swim program has brought to me and how it is more than actual swimming. In 7th grade, I had to go to the doctor's office a lot and got a diagnosis that I'll have to address for the rest of my life. I now go to the Children's Hospital in Philadelphia every 3 months for care. I was virtual all of that year. When I was diagnosed, I hardly saw anyone that year. When I went back to school in sports, not many adults had much interest or were willing to help and accommodate me while I had to go out of state for appointments. That is not something I can say about Coach Danny. From the second Coach Danny knew about my medical situation, he would always check in on me and genuinely cared about my well-being. Along with the mental aspect of this pool and coaching, it has kept me in shape mentally and physically. While it provides a great cardio workout, swimming has kept the extreme effects of my diagnosis significantly reduced. Without swim practice, I have no clue how that would impact my health, short or long term. I do know, though, that without being able to swim, my life would be impacted for the worse. Last year when I was on the flag football team, to be able to get to games and practice, I would swim with Coach Danny before school. And at the first home flag football game, Coach Danny was one of the ones in the stands cheering for us, just as he would do at swim meets. Unfortunately, at flag football, I broke my collarbone, and while I was in recovery, Coach Danny cared the whole time and is still helping me today. All the coaches at this pool are great listeners and humans that I learned so much from. This program brings so much more than just the exercise. The most memorable part of swimming is the relationships and support that I now have and out of the pool. By saving the pool, you will help so many students now and in the future. Please don't close the pool. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Monty Cancia.
Madam Chair, Superintendent Main, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Monty Cancella, and I have been the music teacher at Palm City Elementary for the past 20 years. I'm also honored to be PCE's Teacher of the Year. When interviewing for my position at PCE, I was asked if I could direct the school chorus and tone chime group. I was told these programs are already a part of PCE and there would be no supplement for the added workload. Outside of comp time, I have never in 20 years received any compensation for directing our chorus. In addition to directing the chorus and tone chime group, I was asked if I was interested in leading the band. Since I had previous experience teaching at an elementary performing arts school, I was eager to have such an opportunity here in Martin County. I was pleased to know that I would be compensated for this added after-school activity. Once established, our music program grew and prospered and became much more than just a club. When the COVID pandemic arrived, it was understandable why these funded programs were discontinued. It was my assumption that all elementary programs and clubs would be suspended until they could safely resume. Given the impact and benefit they provided, I was certain that these programs would be supported and allowed to continue once we could safely do so. That never happened. School returned, but the programs didn't. I was told that the music programs were discontinued due to a conflict of interest. I feel our programs are not a conflict of interest, but a common interest. Retain and retention. When I was hired in 2004, I remember Principal Nancy Marin telling me that there were over 100 applicants for the PCE music job. I thought she was just being gracious. Nancy was correct. Fast forward to 2023. We've had unprecedented turnover in the music education community. We even had a position open at Hobe Sound for an entire year. What does that tell you? Why wouldn't that position be filled immediately? Nearly half our elementary music teachers are teaching their first year in this county. If I was a young music educator, given the salary structure and lack of supplemental opportunity, I wouldn't think of taking on this additional school programs.
Thank you.
Sorry, I ran out of time.
Eunice Bussum.
Good afternoon, Superintendent Main and members of the school board. My name is Eunice Bussum, and I have 3 kids that are on the Martin County Tiger Sharks swim team that swim at the high school pool. This past weekend, one of our kids' coaches, Coach Danny, was promoted to be the head coach there at the club team. And I believe you all received an email from one of our swim club parents recently with parent testimonials about Coach Danny. He simply is the best. He told you all about growing up here, and he spent summers lifeguarding there, and he's had a lot of opportunities. After high school graduation, Coach Danny attended IRSC and Kaiser University, where he also swam competitively and very successfully. A coaching opportunity after college brought Coach Danny to Colorado, but he had it in his heart to come back home when the opportunity arose. His opportunity came about 2 years ago with the retirement of Coach Gordon Lang. Danny started with the club in July of 2022 and quickly became a favorite of all the squads he had the opportunity of coaching. All you have to do is stop by the pool on any given afternoon after school to see Coach Danny in action, running from one end of the pool to the next, starting the kids off the blocks with his bullhorn, cheering his swimmers on when they maintain their times in hard sets, and motivating them through his mantra of, "This is where we get better," when they want to quit. And occasionally you'll see him take on a swimmer or two in a race when those teenage boys get too cocky and think they can beat him. He puts them back in their places. All this to say, Coach Danny could have stayed in Colorado and made his mark there, but he chose to come back home to Martin County to share his gift of coaching and motivating kids and bettering our community. Coach Danny needs a pool to continue to work his magic. When we heard his swimming parents that there's a possibility that our pool is being shut down, we took action to see if there was even a space or lanes available at Sailfish for our club to use. We have not received favorable prospects. That pool is filled already, and Martin County is only growing, not shrinking. So please
Thank you.
don't close the pool. Thanks.
Aubrey Bussum.
Hi, my name is Aubrey. I have been with the Martin County Swimming since I was 8 and soon to be 11. The first day I moved to Florida, I went to the Martin County swimming pool. I remember our old junior coach, now Coach Lang, swinging his legs on the blocks. As soon as I walked in, I could tell my future would be here, which is why I'm here today. I started on the age group squad. I could already see improvements in all my strokes. Then a year later, Coach Lang, our junior coach, retired. Then a new amazing junior coach came, who recently also became our head coach. A few months later, I moved up to the junior squad. After a few days of swimming, I could see lots of improvements in all my strokes, especially my breaststroke, which has led me to some pretty big meets. This pool has helped me be as good as I am today, what I'm trying to say is that Martin County Pool has much to offer. It has also greatly benefited many people's lives. Martin County Pool should not be shut down. Thank you.
Thank you. Noel Bussum.
Hello, my name is Noel Bussum, and I have been a swimmer on the Martin County Tiger Sharks for about 3 years now. When I first came, I was placed in the age group squad, which is the third highest group. After about 4 months on the age group squad, I was moved up to the junior squad. My coach was Gordon Lang for about 1 year before he retired 1 year ago. Coach Lang's practices were challenging, and during them, I often gave up, which led to me aimlessly swimming or skipping out on the things we did. When he retired 1 year ago, Coach Danny Hartley took his place. Coach Danny worked one-on-one with me during practice to try to improve the technique of my strokes. I used to think Coach Lang's practices were hard. Coach Danny's were at a whole new level of hard. For 11 months, I worked extremely hard trying to qualify for the Junior Olympics, suffering through 6 100s butterfly, 30 50s, and 21 100s at practice. Coach Danny was motivating, though. He always says at least once a practice, "I know you're tired and everything hurts, but this is where we get better." He also says, "Come on, girl, you're doing great. One more 100. I qualified for the meet before JOs, where I was trying to get my JO cut in my 50 fly. I needed to get a 35.89 to make JOs. At prelims, I wanted 36.02. Luckily, I made finals. Before my race, Coach Danny said to me, "You are one of, if not the hardest worker on the team. I know you can do this." When I was behind the block at finals, I thought, "Don't screw this up. This is your last chance." I looked at Coach Danny as I stepped up on the block. He smiled at me and mouthed, "You got this." I dove into the water and started swimming. After my race, I asked my timer what my time was, and she told me it was a 35.88. I ran over to Coach Danny, screamed my head off, saying, "Let's go," because I got the cut. He and my sisters were crying, and he hugged me and said that he knew that I could do it and that all my hard work had paid off. I made JOs because of Coach Danny. There's no doubt in my mind that if he had not come, I would not have made JOs. He needs a pool to inspire coach the kids at. That pool is not Sailfish or the YMCA. Sailfish is jam-packed already, and throwing another team in there would just not be a sensible thing to do. The YMCA is not designed for competitive swim teams to swim out since the pool is too shallow and there are no starting blocks. We should maintain what is in use in our county. That pool is in use 6 days a week from 4:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m.
Alana Beasley. Alana Beasley.
Good evening. My name is Alana Beasley. I'm the parent of 3 children who attend Martin County Public Schools, and my oldest daughter is a swimmer with the Martin County Tiger Sharks. As you all are aware, Martin County's population is growing rapidly. Everywhere you look, there are new housing developments and businesses being built. With this growth comes an increased needs for students, families, and community members to have access to sports and recreation. It is not realistic to expect our entire county's population to be accommodated by one pool, especially as more people move here and our school student volumes grow. Multiple high school and club teams use the pool at Sailfish, and squeezing in another team will not only impact the children who swim competitively, but also the community members who swim recreationally for health and exercise benefits. There simply won't be enough space and time for all the swimmers now, and certainly not in the future. Dick Wells Training Center is a unique asset to our community. My daughter is a passionate swimmer, loves her coaches and teammates, and cherishes her time at Dick Wells Pool. Please keep the tradition of swimming alive at Martin County High School so that she, her teammates, and future swimmers can take pride in knowing that their community values their commitment and dedication to their sport as they represent Martin County at their home pool as Tiger Sharks. Thank you.
Thank you. Tara Dietrich. Tara Dietrich.
Good evening. As a former swimmer who grew up in North, I find it absolutely appalling that a high school in Florida cannot keep open one pool within our community for our children. My daughter recently just started swimming with Tiger Sharks, and I was like, that's amazing because she's following in my footsteps. And now to hear that we are possibly closing the pool, where I thought maybe she would eventually continue on all the way up through into high school and everything else, I just find absolutely absurd as a tax-paying parent that we cannot keep one pool open for our kids and our community. Sailfish is not big enough and not able to accommodate everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Cindy Summers.
Good evening, members of the board and Superintendent Main. My name is Cindy Summers. Good news for democracy. Moms for Liberty is slowly losing its political clout. Moms for Liberty endorsed candidates are losing school board seats across the country. Moms for Liberty endorsed national politicians are also losing seats. Anti-woke is dying. Ron DeSantis ran for president on an anti-woke agenda, and American voters weren't interested. In this past legislative session, 5 anti-woke GOP wish list bills failed to pass. The Senate approved a bill placing a cap of 1 book challenge per month for people who don't have students enrolled in the school district and in place in which they place the objection. In the Escambia lawsuit, the school board's motion to dismiss was denied. Judge Weatherall determined that library school books are not government speech, as the school board had argued. He expressed concern about one parent deciding for another what their child can read. While explaining his decision, he said that school books cannot be removed just because they don't align with someone's own moral beliefs. Victoria covered the settlement, so I won't go into it. But I just want to say, all in all, I feel very, very good that things are changing and that democracy will prevail. I also want to say, listen to these students. For goodness sake, keep this pool open.
Thank you. Joe Myers. Joe Myers. Okay. Next up, Zach Solms.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Zach Solms, the 7th grader at Anderson Middle School and planning to go to Martin County High School. I am here today to fight for our pool. Ever since I started swimming, I've had a passion for it. I would like to continue swimming throughout high school and even college. This pool has helped many kids to reach their goals and exceed them. It helps kids stay active and healthy while being a fun, enjoyable team sport. This pool is also a big opportunity for kids to get scholarships. If we close this pool, lots of kids will lose their chance to reach their swimming and physical goals. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Callie Melanson. Callie Melanson.
Hello, my name is Callie, and I've swam for the Martin County Tiger Sharks swim team for 3 years. This team has brought all of us together in a positive manner, encouraging us to be upstanding young citizens who are too busy to get into mischief. I have learned discipline and work ethic because of this team. Closing the pool would be harmful to a lot of people because the pool is in a centralized location, since it is at Martin County High School. High schoolers just walk over after school. This high school is the only high school in Martin County that has a pool on campus. All the other teams practice at Sailfish Splash, so adding another team there would create overcrowding. This pool is in use the majority of the time, so it is not rational to shut it down. As a rising high schooler, I will unfortunately be forced to quit the team if this pool closes. My parents' work schedule will not allow me to participate in the morning practices I need to attend. Swimming is also a lifelong sport. Adults practice at the Martin County High School pool on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. This is addition funds earned in addition to the club swimmers. If the adults use another pool for their source of exercise, the Tiger Sharks will lose that income too. This pool impacts the physical and mental health from adolescence to adulthood in our community.
Thank you. Dick Landrum. Dick Landrum.
Good afternoon. I'm here to talk about saving the Coach Dick Wells Training Center. I've handed out a history of the fundraising, construction, and operation of the Martin County Pool from 1972 to 1992 from the Kiwanis Club archives. The Kiwanis objective initially in 1974 was to halt aquatic tragedies, which have accounted for 48 deaths in this county in the past decade. It is anticipated that every school child will learn to swim starting in the 4th grade, and swimming competency will be a prerequisite for high school graduation. The pool belongs to the residents of Martin County, not to the school. It was purchased by the residents. The pool had the privilege of using the pool. The school had the privilege of using the pool for the swim team and educational classes. For this, they pledged to maintain it. The property belongs to Martin County. They can choose not to fund it and turn it back to the county, but they cannot decide to exclude Martin County residents who use it. The school district finds if they find another organization to take over the maintenance and operations, just as the original agreement stated, the organization should have a long-term lease on the property at no cost, as long as they maintain and operate the pool. The school district work order presented at the February workshop seems to have a large discrepancy. In 2008, the pool liner was purchased and installed for about $64,000. The work order estimate places the cost at about $463,000. The current pool liner is not in bad shape. It could easily last another 4 years. We would like to have a formal workshop with all the interested parties to discuss the pool and to be able to use it to its fullest potential with all the services that was originally intended to provide. And we'd really like you all to agree to that, to actually have this workshop, and we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoe Solms.
Hi, I'm Zoe Solms. I'm on the age group Martin County swim team. This is my first year. I'm really enjoying it and looking forward to a swim through high school. The pool has become my home. After school, I would look forward to going right to swim practice. Please don't take away my future. Thank you.
Thank you. Charles Lars.
Well, you guys are getting an earful tonight, huh? My name's Charles Lang. I moved down here in 2006. Looked at every school from West Palm Beach to Port St. Lucie. Got a job offer in West Palm, and guess why I came here? Because it was one of the top 10 schools in Florida. That's slowly slipping, but decisions like this is what's going to make it keep slipping. In every county in Florida, there's about 3.7 pools. This has less than 0.1 per capita of what's here. And taking away one and not adding one is just, makes no sense. I mean, it just really makes no sense. You guys got a ton of kids here. You could see one of these kids in the Olympics one day. Or you could not by making a bad decision, you know. Let's do the right thing. Let's get together and work it out, get some funds together, and give these kids their pool, yeah?
Thank you. Heather Rogers.
As elected officials, it's your paid job to listen to constituents. The people in this room is why you all have jobs. They deserve 3 minutes of your time. As the 7th most expensive county in Florida, with more money pouring in as people continue to move here, our tax base is increasing, not decreasing. We need to start spending more money on our students and on our educators. No student is going to remember who the board members were when they were in our schools, but the right teacher, the right coach, the right counselor may make all the difference in a child's life and future. I have done my due diligence and reached out to the people at the county and Sailfish Splash to inquire about renting lanes before and after school. I have not received any indication of availability to rent lanes at Sailfish. This tells me they don't have the space or time for more kids at Sailfish Splash. They did share their 10-year plan, which is lovely. However, the plan does nothing currently needed for the kids in this boardroom or in our middle and high schools. We as a community need to be building pools at every high school, not closing them. Over spring break, I had the opportunity to tour colleges, and whether that college was private or public, they both shared in having multiple pools on each campus. As a district, we are advertising to recruit students from other counties to increase our FTE dollars, while our best teachers are going to those districts to make a livable wage. Students that are receiving free and reduced lunches are already at a disadvantage when it comes to seeking an education outside of their own zip code. We have everything we need in Martin County. We just need to make our children and our teachers a priority. As board members, you have been given multiple solutions to make the pool profitable. Open it to the public. Allow Daniel Hartley to teach the kids how to swim by bringing back our 3rd graders to the pool. Consider integrating the CTE classes into learning how to care for the pool pump. I encourage each and every one of you to come take a few laps under the instruction of Danny Hartley. It will be time well spent in discovering and what an asset at the Martin County High School has for this district. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Olivia Oliver. Olivia Oliver.
Good evening. I am Olivia Oliver. Before I address the issue at hand, I'd like to share with you a little bit about myself and why this is an important and personal topic to me. I swam for the Martin County High School swim team this past season. I spent hours at the Dick Wells facility, qualified for regionals, and was awarded the most valuable new swimmer of the year. I am also a member of Garden Synchro, a nationally ranked artistic swimming team that practices at Sailfish Splash. This is my 10th season with Gardens. Last season, I ranked 5th in the nation in the solo event, and my team came 2nd. Our team consists of 60 athletes, ranging from 6 to 18 years of age, and 90% of our athletes are Martin County residents. Regarding the closing of the Dick Wells facility, I would like to the opportunity to outline the significant ramifications of this decision for your consideration. First, Sailfish Splash is unable to safely accommodate another high school swim team during the high school season. Every single lane at Sailfish is filled with 4 to 5 athletes on a typical day during this season. If another high school were to join the other 3 that already practice there, Jensen, Southwark, and the Pine School, the already full lanes would become very cramped. The fuller the lane, the more dangerous the practice is due to the higher likelihood of a head-on collision. Second, Sailfish Splash is unable to accommodate another club team. During the weeknight, there can be anywhere from 3 to 5 different programs practicing there, including Treasure Coast Aquatics, a large swim team that takes up 11 out of the 20 lanes available, Treasure Coast Water Polo and Atlantic Diving Team, and us, Garden Synchro, who requires 4 lanes to be able to safely practice, as we do complex acrobatics and very fast routines. Lastly, if the Dick Wells facility were to stay open, it could be used for so much good for our community. To put into perspective how desperate at least our team is for pool time, we get about 10.5 hours a week, whereas our competitors, like fellow competitors across the state and country, get anywhere from 19 to 25. And that's just us. I'm sure if you ask the diving team, the water polo team, Sailfish Splash patrons, they would say the same thing. So we need more pool space.
Thank you. Angelina Parajon. Angelina Parajon.
Hi, my name is Angelina. I have been swimming at the Martin County Swim Pool for almost 3 years. At first, I thought swimming was just a sport for physical fitness, but through the years, swim has been an important part of my life. Coach Amy, Coach Barbara, and Coach Danny have helped me greatly through my swim career. Through this pool, I have learned life lessons such as goal setting, the importance of nutrition, and how to move on from failures, and many others. By taking our pool, you're taking away something that swimmers look forward to, like waking up at 4:45 in the morning to go to morning practice, being excited to go to an afternoon practice, and feeling rewarded after a grueling practice of Coach Danny's. Taking our pool is like taking something you love or have a passion for away from you, like your job, family, home, etc. Consider what you are taking away from children before it is too late to fix your doings. Swimmers' lives matter too. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill Smithson.
All right, Madam Chair, school board members, and Superintendent Main. I thank you for the opportunity, as always, to address the Martin County School Board. The first part of what I have to say is directed to Ms. Russell and Mrs. Pritchett, members of
We do not
Moms.
address board members by their name.
Okay.
We address them as the board. Thank you.
All right, to all the board members then. I want to bring to your attention a text message I received over the holidays from one of the Moms for Liberty members. I won't mention her name because I think you know who I'm talking about, and everyone in here probably knows who I'm talking about also. All right, I did not appreciate this person's invasion of my privacy. How she got a hold of my cell number and sent me this text is beyond me. All right, so the invasion of my privacy and her feeble attempt at intimidation. She challenged me to read an excerpt from Living Dead Girl at a school board meeting and justify why it shouldn't be removed. She went on to enlighten me of all the Florida statutes that justify the removal of objectionable books from the Martin County School District media centers. After some other disparaging and condescending remarks, she concluded her text advising me to stop wasting the time of this school board and residents of Martin County because of my insistence in promoting a change in process to be inclusive of all Martin County residents and not exclusively Moms for Liberty members. By the way, this person texted a number of other residents of this county who oppose book bans. So I'm not the only one that got these poison pen messages. All right, and it needs to stop. And I'm asking those Moms for Liberty to curtail her practice of these messages to us. All right, for a complete text and my response, please refer to the January 21st issue of Friends and Neighbors. It's an online local county publication. Let's not forget that most of the challenges came from the same person representing Moms for Liberty. Let's not forget that this school board chose a more rigid.
Thank you.
All right, I'll continue next time.
Sydney Thomas.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Superintendent Main. My name is Sydney Thomas. I'm a parent, former educator from the district. Yesterday, I filed paperwork to run for the school board. And I wasn't going to speak tonight, but this is the culmination of so many issues that motivated me to want to run in the first place, so I felt like I had to. I do want to take a moment and thank Superintendent Main and Mrs. DeShazo for attending the Connected Martin monthly phone call and answering the questions. It was extremely valuable. We had really, really positive feedback, and thank you for taking the time to do that. There are three things. Well, first of all, the pool. That's not what I was going to speak about at all, but there has to be a way to save this pool, and let's show these students that civic engagement matters. And I commend them so much for coming out here and speaking, and then also for them to know that you have to keep speaking up. Just speaking about it one time is never enough. The other issues that I wanted to address, one was teacher pay. We've heard a lot about how we compare to the neighboring districts, but what we haven't heard about is how our cost of living compares to those districts. We have a far higher cost of living than those districts do. And one comparable district that we've been bringing up is Charlotte County. They're comparable in the amount of money they receive, they're comparable in their student population, and yet they pay so much higher than we do. How? And it's probably related to cost of living, but that's something that is not being answered. So if we want to get back to the times where people moved across the state so their kids could attend these schools, we have to do better, like way better in terms of cost of living and teacher pay. The other thing is the settlement that people have been addressing. I look forward to hearing those resolutions. And the chaplain bill is 931. You're going to be faced with that decision soon. I'm very concerned about it, especially with the existing board members.
Thank you.
This is a really inappropriate idea. Thank you.
Gil Olschlager.
Good evening. Could I have all the swimmers, past, present, and future, stand with me, please? Thank you. I'm an alumni of Martin County. I swam under Dick Wells. I want to say that I just heard about the prospect of closing the school, and I really feel it's a bad idea because I would not be the man that I am today. I would not be the person who has followed the principles that my coach did for me. My teammates, some of my teammates are here tonight that I swam with and have a relationship with. I applaud the young swimmers and the amount of work that they put in, which far exceeds our measly 20,000 yards a day workouts that Coach Wells made us do. I want to tell you that when we swam, we were state champion. We became almost state champions, district champions, conference champions, and a lot of the kids that were in my group went on to swim for major colleges. I want to tell you that if you get rid of this pool, which means so much to me, and I don't even swim there anymore, that means so much to me and what it did for my life, if you get rid of it, I think it's a huge mistake, a huge mistake. That pool was a place where I formed friendships, where I formed a work ethic. When we got up, we had a lane called the pain lane, and we went into that pain lane, and we got there early, and we started our practices at 4:30 in the morning, and we swam till 8:30, 9 o'clock because we took classes for swimming. And then we got back in the pool at 12 o'clock, and we swam till 6 o'clock. Let me tell you, swimming is the only sport that I know that does that. And I just want to say one last thing. Martin County School has great buildings. Let's do something about the pool.
Thank you. Clyde Dubin. Clyde Dubin. Dubin.
Good evening, members of the board. Thank you for taking our public comment. We really do appreciate you hearing us out. I swam right next to Gil many years ago. I've been a resident here of Martin County for 44 years. Like Gil, we graduated from Martin County High School, and it was a privilege to swim there. At that time, we had PE classes, and I would encourage you to keep the pool, if for no other reason but to keep teaching children to swim. We live in an aquatic community. We need to have children who can swim and not drown. And I can remember Gary Schelt, Dick Wells, and numerous others teaching us swimming, and as many of the students here are on the swim team, and encouraging them to grow and advance. As Gil said, number of people from our group and from that, or the time period of the, shall I say, the 80s, went on to swim in college, and I know a lot of students that came afterwards went on to swim in college. Also, I will briefly say, yes, you have Sailfish Splash as an alternative, but I would say you need both Sailfish Splash and Martin County High School pool. When they built the pool On the high school grounds, the population was less than 60,000, maybe 50,000 in this county. Today, we have well over 160,000 residents in Martin County. So I think you do need 2 pools, and I would encourage you, I know you have difficult budget decisions, people pulling in every direction, but I would encourage you to please keep the pool for the educational aspect of it and the swimming team. Thank you.
Thank you. Addison O'Neill.
Hi, my name is Addison O'Neill, and I've been swimming since I was 8-year-old, and now I'm 12 years old. This pool has been a major impact of my life by helping me persevere and work hard for my goals. I've made many lifelong friendships over the years. Because of this pool, Coach Barbara and Coach Jenny have helped me achieve my goals of many things, including the JOs, and helping other people achieve their goals by this pool by helping impact so many people's life. So please keep this pool open and save our home.
Thank you. That concludes public comment, and now we will be taking a short recess, about 10 minutes, and then we'll resume our regular board meeting.
Paging Miss Roberts, paging Miss Roberts.
Yes, exactly. What the heck?
I would tell Bill, stop putting your phone number on the sheet.
Such a mess.
I like he teaches at the school.
He's a nice guy.
I don't care what he stands for. He and I get along. We did the prayer in the public schools thing in the city.
Okay.
He's complimented me, saying that he doesn't pray, but he appreciates what I do.
Oh, that's nice. You're welcome. You guys. You ready? Everyone ready? Okay. We will now resume our regular board meeting of the Martin County School District. We are going to move on to our agenda items, our action items. Item number 18.01, school board travel. There is none at this time. Item number 18.02, insurance committee recommendation of ancillary insurance renewals for 2024-2025 employee benefits program. Mr. Calderon, would you please come forward so that you can answer any questions that we may have? Thank you. I'm going to open this up for discussion. Are there any questions on this item at this time?
They doing a presentation first?
Well, sort of.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Main, Don Calderon, Director of Risk Management and Employee Benefits, and alongside me is Dustin Keene, our Senior Benefits Consultant with the Guerin Group. 18.02 is the action item for the ancillary insurance renewal for the dental insurance and the Employee Assistance Program. Happy to answer any questions you may have on that.
Do you have?
This is EAP and ancillary, right?
This is just ancillary.
Yes.
And dental
Anyone?
and EAP.
Anybody have any questions for this portion?
And just to note for the public, there was a 5.1 increase in the EAP coverage cost. Correct.
Correct. It was a resulting premium increase of $2,225.
Total? $2,000?
$2,000.
$2,000 increase total? Is that
Total.
what you're saying?
Total.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Pritchett, a second by Mr. DiTerlizzi. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item number 18.03, Insurance Committee Recommendation, Fully Insured Group Medical and Pharmacy Insurance Benefits, Renewals for 24-25 Employees Benefit Program. We do need to decide today on our plan option number 1 through 10. Number 7 has been recommended by the Insurance Committee. We need to decide, we want to grandfather the PPO enrollment, grandfather prior to 7/1/20 for family subsidy, and HSA employer contributions. Are there any questions for Mr. Calderon from the board? Ms. Roberts?
So I had a question. So when we look at these different options, the 10 options that you have given us, hold on a minute, let me find them. And I know that one of the things that the board has been interested in, or in the past at least, has been interested in having for recruitment benefits, is to be able to say that we have an insurance policy that doesn't have any cost to our employees. So that being said, I know I asked you this ahead of time, but can you provide us the numbers that tell us that, for instance, if we take option number 1, what the cost of that is? I see now that right now, on whatever page this is, that option number 1, which is no changes to the thing, we have the high deductible policy where if you're an employee, you don't have to pay anything for, but with option 1, you would have to pay $10.96 for each pay period, correct? So, and I'm not so much interested in how to make that high deductible premium zero for retirees. I'm more interested as far as if we were having a new employee come in to be able to say that we have a plan that you wouldn't have to pay anything for, what the cost on each of these options are. Do you understand what my question is?
Correct, yeah, and Dustin has a handout for that based on all 10 plan design options following the insurance committee meeting yesterday. And as you stated, board policy 6560 does allow the board to contribute a different amount towards active insurance compared to retiree insurance. So we have that here.
So can we have it here?
Sure.
How many retirees do we have on the high deductible plan?
Roughly 18.
18.
18?
And those are retirees that have not reached, that are not eligible for Medicare,
Correct.
correct?
And these are retirees that are on the high deductible plan. So let me see if I understand this correctly. If I'm a retiree and I have not reached Medicare age, I get a subsidy from the state of Florida, correct? To help pay for insurance. And I also get a subsidy from the Martin County School District. With, I think you probably have to come up there.
Yes, if you could come to the podium.
Sandy Eckhart is our senior benefit specialist who specializes in retiree insurance.
Yes, sir.
So based on that, based on what we're looking at then, so there's two supplements that you can get as a retiree, one from the state of Florida and one from the district.
That is correct.
Based on your years of service once you've reached the over 15. And so that the sheet that you're handing us now is showing us that for the high deductible plan, the middle section is talking about the 310 people who are current employees. So they would be employees that would be hit with the $10.96 in option one, $10.96 per pay period. And so if we picked that up for just the employee piece, it ranges from anywhere from $81,000 down to $0, correct? $0 being option 9, and option 7 coming in at $32,000, correct? And if we picked up everybody that was in that high deductible plan, it means we would be looking at anywhere from $86,000 down to 0, with option 7 being $34,000, correct? Okay.
Correct. And there are 18 retirees in the high deductible plan.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Are we going to go through the plans? Are we going to go,
Sure.
how are we going to do this? Or are we just going to go straight to the one that, I would like to go over at least the one that the insurance committee recommended. And then I noticed in the PowerPoint presentation, you had January and February's loss ratio, but not March or the rolling 12.
Right. Well, so we just received the February claims yesterday, right before the insurance committee. So we had Mrs. Falls upload that as an attachment yesterday evening. The claims for February's loss ratio were 109%, which put the rolling 12-month loss ratio at 99%.
And what was our loss ratio last year?
It ended at a 88. It ended at 88%.
And what was it when we were going through our renewal?
Was that last year?
Yeah. At this same time, because we always, at this time of year, for whatever reason, we have a really high loss ratio, and we're basing all of that information. Then by the end of the year, it goes down significantly. It's not as dramatic as, oh my gosh, it's 124%. I looked at last year's renewal, and And obviously, the PPO was the big one. Let me just go to 23. And I'm struggling with the way that we go about this and the percentage increase when I know that this year is not out of the ordinary for us, as far as loss ratio goes. To see a 10.8% or whatever, 10% increase. The cost to our employees are going up in their copays, so we've made plan adjustments every single year. Getting a doctor in Martin County has only gotten harder because of Blue Cross Blue Shield's reimbursement rate and their inability to recruit doctors. We have very few dermatologists here that take it. So all of our services are diminishing, but their rate is going up every year, every single year. And until we threaten to, oh, we're gonna go out to bid, and then all of a sudden, we amazingly don't have an increase, or we get a decrease, and then soon after it goes up. And what I know is that Blue Cross is not losing money on us. I think that this rate increase is unacceptable. I mean, our services are going down. We're making so many plan adjustments every single year. They're out of pocket. I don't understand it. I really don't. So I expected them to be here tonight, but I don't see them, our usual person who's here. So I'm disappointed.
Amy or Ms. Bridget?
Yeah, did you want to say something? This is really hard because I feel like we're doing last year all over again. I thought that we were able to perhaps see what other companies are offering. Is that, Mr. George, are we able to get other bids at this time? Are we not allowed to? I feel like we're being pushed into something that is just so uncomfortable for everyone. It's a lot of money. And I don't know, I just feel like we're spinning our wheels. And I don't know what the answer is.
So, Madam Chair. So last year, you'll recall that the district negotiated with Blue Cross and Blue Shield because of the RFP and the multiple offers that came in. That was a 3-year contract.
Mm-hmm.
Can you go out before a 3-year contract? There's a process for that. We're in March. Enrollment would be in May or June. I don't think you have the time, but I would defer to staff whether that's true. But you would have, so I don't want to tell you you cannot. I think with the time available, it's unlikely that you'd be able to get a plan in place by July 1st.
Because I worry about next year and the year after. Because if it's 8.3 this year, what are we looking at in the next 2 years? I know it's the elephant in the room and it's uncomfortable, but it's just so much burden on everyone who has a health plan. That's all I want to say.
Go ahead.
Yeah, if I may, just to provide some history, because I know every year we come up here and it's hard to remember the previous years, but generally over the past 10 years or so, your average increase has been about 5% a year. Average trend in the nation has been about 10 to 11% a year. So you have been beating trend about half. In addition to that, last year, as you remember, Florida Blue dropped the premium 5.8%. And they negotiated, we negotiated with them a 10.9% rate cap for the renewal this year. Where your renewal is this year with claims, so your claims are at a 99% loss ratio, meaning for every dollar you're giving Florida Blue, 99 cents is going to pay claims, providers and hospitals. That leaves them a cent on the dollar, and they need 5 cents to pay pooling, so they're down 4 cents. So with your current loss ratio, based on your claims, that would call for roughly a 25% increase, just to give you that perspective. So at 10.9, that's very much below where your loss ratio would typically call for. So I just wanted to give you that background.
Thank you.
They're not losing money on us, Dustin. They're just not.
I mean, I think we saw that last year when we got to the end, and then all of a sudden they could come off a great sum of money, even after they gave their BAFO. So to me, that number that we ended with should have been given as their BAFO, but it wasn't. They held out. So that was a disappointment for me last year.
And they know our hands are tied because we can't go out to bid because we have a 3-year contract. And then when we do, it's like we're on a hamster wheel every year. And, you know, I get it. Blue Cross Blue Shield is a big network, but I feel it in my own work as well. Like our level of service is decreasing with Blue Cross and Blue Shield, and out-of-pocket expenses, even in the HMO, have gone up significantly. I just had to change doctors, and it's taking me until October to get an appointment with a doctor that takes the insurance. And we've always, the dermatology is a huge issue. The level of service that we're getting from them, I don't think it's adequate. I wish they were here to answer to that, what they're doing, what they're putting in place to make this better for their customers, but I guess they're not, so.
Well, what would you all like to do about choosing a plan? Do you have any more questions for them before we go over and choose a plan?
So are we gonna go to what the insurance company recommended, or insurance committee recommended?
Number 7?
So I can just speak to the insurance committee's conversations yesterday. I feel like the reason why they arrived at option 7 was because there are no plan design changes for the HMO or the high deductible plan. So we have about 78% enrollment in the HMO, another 18 to 20, in the high deductible. We have a very small amount in the PPO. And so, there is some plan design changes, some drastic plan design changes for the PPO. I know at previous board workshops, we've had discussions about freezing enrollment in the PPO and allowing those that are currently in there to stay in there if they wish. And that's what those plan design changes in the PPO reflect, is a little bit higher cost to those employees enroll. But the plan design change has not changed for the HMO or the high deductible for this proposed plan for the 24-25, and I don't believe there was any changes for 23-24.
I have a question. So hypothetically, we make a decision today to accept the committee's recommendation. Can we go out to bid next year?
I would defer that to Renee Hayes, who's our Director of Purchasing.
Hi, Renee Hayes, Director of Purchasing. So as Mr. George had expressed, there is language and a process that we would have to go through. I'd have to look at the termination. I don't have any of the documents here right now. A reason to void the contract, but just also keep in mind there have been other incentives besides the rate that we've already utilized that were part of the 3-year contract that Blue Cross has provided, such as the wellness funds and things of that nature.
So, The recommendation from, I guess I'm directing this to Ms. Roberts since you're on the insurance committee. So the recommendation of option number 7, that does not include, we need to make a decision on whether we're going to freeze enrollment in the PPO.
Correct.
And we need to consider your recommendation, which would be to kind of offset the cost of the increase to the high deductible plan. So an employee is paying 0 when they come in.
Correct.
Okay.
And I'd like to share that when we started the meeting yesterday at the insurance committee meeting, we were looking at options 3, 7, and 9. And they have in the information they had, I think it's in here too. They had it was provided to them the amount of from their bargaining group, how many people they had in each plan. You know, so how many, let's say it's MCEA, how many, since they're there representing MCEA, how many people are in each of the 3 plans. So obviously, the most used plan is the HMO. So then the feeling was, well, okay, let's just look at the one that doesn't do any changes to the HMO and see what that looks like. So that's when they discounted 9. We did have an option 10, which they really didn't even, I guess I could say they didn't really have any interest in. Option 10 didn't make any significant difference. If you look at the difference between option 7 and option 10, it was a difference in an 8.3 increase across the board in option 7, and in option 10, it was an 8.1% increase across the board.
It was like 40 or 60 cents difference a paycheck, and as Mrs. Roberts stated, the insurance committee didn't feel like making plan design changes to the high deductible to save 40 cents a paycheck was really.
So if you sat there and you looked at it with no changes to the high deductible, you were sitting there and saying, okay, if I made no changes to the high deductible in 7, and I also made no changes to the HMO, and I just made the changes to the PPO, right? That would end up with a 8.3% increase. Keeping in mind that over the last 2 years, an employee has not had an increase over what?
It's actually the last 3 years.
The last 3 years.
Correct.
An employee has not had any increase. So when you're looking at an increase, I mean, we found the money, or Carter helped us identify money, and the board voted to use money that was from ESSER, ARP, and those type of things in order to pay those increases, to take that burden off, knowing that eventually that money was going to run out. So when you figure it's over the last 3 years, so now we're hitting the 4th year, even if you said it was an 8% increase, in my head, I kind of look at that as like it was a 2% increase per year, but 3 of the years, somebody else paid it for me, and now it's like it's slowly worked its way up so that that's where it is.
Well, that's assuming, that's not taking into account any inflation, any additional costs for medications, like you're saying 2% a year, it's costing people more than 2% a year to go to the doctor than.
I'm just saying, all I'm saying
I know,
is the 2%
you're taking an
a year,
average.
just for the premium piece. I'm just
Right.
saying as far as the premium piece goes, because you look at it and you figure, okay, well, if I was on Medicare, if I was on something else, there's changes always being made to the plan as you go along. My preference as an individual board member to look at is to look at both 9 and look at 7, and look at those two kind of side by side and see what you've got going with them. I mean, when I look at 7, and correct me if I'm wrong, if my math is wrong, 7 right now, if I'm an employee only in the HMO, I'm paying $46 per pay period. It would push me up to $74 per pay period in option 7.
Correct, yes.
So I would have no plan changes, and my cost of my premium would be $28 per pay period, which is like $560 more for the year. Correct?
Correct.
So I would have no plan changes, and I would be paying $560 more. Correct?
Correct.
And so what I'm saying is, if you look at that number, that $560 number, then also look over to the high deductible and figure that at the increase of going from a zero payment for somebody in the high deductible, them going to a $4.39 payment in the high deductible, whether we take just the employees or whether we take the employees and the retirees, I'm interested in picking up that piece, whether it's 32.6 or 34.6, and picking up that piece so that we can truly say we have a plan that if you work for the district or if you're in the high deductible plan, that you don't have to pay anything.
So are you looking at the plan design changes that are in 9 as well? Like, tell me which one
So
you're
that's all
applying
in,
those things
that's all
to.
in 7. So
Okay.
that's in 7. So in 7, the cost, if you had an HMO, you're an employee only in an HMO, your cost that you're gonna have to pay is $560 more. So, and I'm kind of looking at that as, you know, as you, at the same time looking at, okay, well, one of the things that we've done, no plan changes, but one of the things we've done is that $790 that we're saying we can free up. I mean, that's still under negotiation, but you're looking at $790 saying that that's the ARP payment, correct, Carter? That's the ARP payment that we would be giving people. So if you were on the insurance policy and you were on the HMO, the cost to you is going up $560, but I've given you $790 to take care of that $560. That's the way I'm looking at that, with no plan changes. I'm looking at a PPO person and saying, okay, if I'm in the PPO, obviously my increase is $34, right? So $34 a pay period is like $680, right? And I've got some plan changes. And really, so what I've got is, I've still got the $790 that is coming from the ARP money to pay my $680. But in the PPO, we're doing the plan changes, and I firmly believe that we need to do the plan changes in the PPO to change the design, to change the richness of that plan. I think all the plans that we offer are better than what our surrounding counties are offering, so that our insurance coverage is richer than what other people have, what they could get somewhere else. And so try to drive people out of that PPO and try to get them to where they really should be, or where it becomes.
Well, and we have to be careful, obviously, that we're not driving them to another plan, and then we experience the increase in those other plans too.
Right, and I think you will have some of that. You will have some plan migration, but at the same time, I think that I don't think that that's, I mean, when you're in the high deductible plan and you're picking up a large portion of it to begin with, or you're in the HMO and just the way that the plan design is, even with those changes, I don't think you're gonna see the loss piece that you see in the PPO. I mean, the design of a PPO makes it such that we see the losses more than somebody else would. I mean, that's the beauty of that plan.
But if you start making, like, if we start making too many plan design changes to like the high deductible plan, it becomes less and less desirable, even though you have the HSA. I would, and I don't know how many people in the high deductible plan are actually meeting their the deductible.
We have that utilization chart, right?
I mean,
I think we have that as a appendix here.
They have it there.
but if you start increasing the deductible too high, then it won't be
Sure.
appealing for people to move, because then it's like, if they do have something catastrophic happen, and then now they're out of pocket more, plus their contribution to the HSA.
And that to
So
me
we
is
have
the.
to be careful.
And that to me is the beauty of Plan 7. So the only way we really get a whole lot less than Plan 7, right, as far as an increase goes from Plan 7, is you've got Plan 5 that is a 6.9% increase, but that puts changes to the HMO, right? And then you've got, I think that's the only one, right?
And 9.
And 9.
And 9. And 9 has changes to all of them. And I would prefer to not make the changes to the high deductible. I would rather buy our piece, pay the $30,000 to buy our piece of the high deductible down to 0, not make any plan changes so that there's some continuity in what that plan looks like. Personally, I would go with 7 also because I think that I would rather keep the HMO the same. Freeze the enrollment in the PPO. Not do the changes in the other 2 plans. Explain it to people that, you know, hey, okay, this 560 increase that you're getting in the HMO, you know, there is a plan for how that looks, right?
So, just a question while you're thinking. Go ahead.
I had one more question. So if we know that in the HMO, or in the high deductible, no, in the HMO, if we know that the cost of the HMO is 560, and I'm talking about the 790 that's coming from ARP that's going to 1 bargaining unit, do we know and I guess we can just do the math for that, right? If I know that my total enrollment in the HMO is whatever it is.
1,074.
1,074.
Oh, wait, that's employee only.
It's
Is
1398.
Is 1398. And I know if I take the retirees out of that, how many of the HMO people are retirees?
83.
83 out of the retirees, and now I'm down to 1315, right?
Yes.
And if I know out of the 1315, how many of those are teachers that have a ability to get the 790, how many of them are teachers?
672.
672 are teachers, which means that I'm left with 653, correct? So follow this logic. So I've got 653 people who are on the HMO who are not getting a $790 piece, right? Don't have the potential to get 790.
Because they're retired.
No, not because they're retired, because they're in another bargaining unit. They're not in MCEA.
Wait, what do you, no, the 790 is.
It's across the board. It's to everyone.
Oh, it is?
We
Okay, that's right.
recommended that- we
Okay.
recommended
Yeah, okay, so
across the
forget that
board
whole
for-
thought process.
Yes.
Forget that whole process.
The money man has his hand up. I think we should
Yeah,
let him
that's what he
speak.
was gonna say. Okay, so then I go back to the, you know, if everybody gets the 790, so if you're on insurance, you get 790 and you're on the HMO, you get 790 to pay your 850 increase for the year. If I'm not on the insurance, I still get the 790, so it's not like you're denying me something.
Right.
That, you know, I still get something, right? If you're on the PPO, you can move yourself to the HMO or you can move yourself to the high deductible, you know?
If you're not a retiree.
If you're not a
over
retiree.
Medicare eligible, but they can move themselves to because if you're Medicare eligible, you can't be in the HMO and you can't be in the high
You can be on
deductible
it.
with the HSA? You can be in the HSA, or the HMO.
So, Ms. Roberts, at the last meeting, I asked Gio from Florida Blue about checking to see if the high deductible health plan was Medicare, where it would coordinate services with Medicare. We found out that it does. They cannot have an HSA, so we can offer the high deductible health plan to retirees now.
Well, that's really good news.
Yes.
I don't know why we need the PPO then, because our deductible for an individual equal, if we adopted these plan design changes, they're the same. And the calendar year deductible plus 10% and they're plus 30, like, why do we even need the PPO?
Mrs. Powers, especially with retirees that are still on the PPO, I think we're down to like 55 on the PPO. The main difference between the PPO and the high deductible really is that separate carve out for the prescription drug deductible. And you'll see that in red. They have their own calendar year deductible, like in option 7. It would move to $750, but with the high deductible health plan, there is no separate carve-out for prescription drugs. So typically, the employees that you see on the high deductible health plan, either one or two. Either they're mostly young, healthy, not a lot of claims, don't go to the doctors. The second one is those that are on prescription drugs, however, they are either utilizing Florida Blue's Condition Care RX program, which offers 675 prescription drugs at no cost, so they don't have to worry about that prescription drug piece of that high deductible plan.
But they can, if they're not a retiree that's Medicare eligible, they can contribute to the HSA.
Up to 65.
If they're not Medicare eligible, if they're an employee and they have, the calendar year deductible of $750 is the only reason they're on the PPO?
I'm not saying it's the only reason. I'm talking anecdotally, that is a big difference between the PPO and the high deductible
Right,
health plan.
but what I'm saying is the difference in the cost of the plan itself plus the contribution to the HSA, and I'm, again, not talking retirees, I'm just talking employees. And if we decide to make a contribution to the high deductible plan for employees, I just don't even really see the big need for the PPO. And what will that mean to us if we did shift everybody to a high deductible?
So great question, and we vetted this out, I think, a few years now in a row. So if you do eliminate the PPO, Florida Blue will raise the HMO and the PPO rates substantially because all of that enrollment goes into those plans, and we know we have some high risk, so they would need more premiums to support your claims. So the better strategy, in my recommendation, is to keep the plan, grandfather it, make plan design changes as is seen here in option 7. That way you're not adversely affecting the premium for the HMO and the high deductible. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yes. It makes sense, but what's to prevent, once we reach a point where everybody's grandfathered out of the PPO, then what? Like, how is that different than, because we historically have high claims, like some high claims. How is that different than just shifting everybody over to the high deductible plan now?
Yep, another good question. So the reason Florida Blue would raise the rates on the other two plans is because they don't know where that enrollment will go. They know it has to go somewhere. When you do a slow shift, changes in grandfather, and let that enrollment naturally shift out of there over the years, they can see where the risk goes year by year. It's slowly ripping the Band-Aid off versus, tearing it off completely. Right, St. Lucie Schools, your neighbor does that as well. So again, this strategy, grandfathering it, does not adversely affect the rates, and that's Florida Blue's underwriting policy, not ours.
Does St. Lucie County still have something besides the high deductible plan?
They have 4 high deductibles. One's grandfathered. Yeah.
So why don't we shift to a different high deductible? Have multiple high deductible plans, one that's higher for healthy people, that's less expensive, and one that is what we have now.
So my feeling is that I think that the strategy this year should be to freeze the PPO. For anybody, no new enrollment.
Like you can't shift in between.
No new enrollment.
No new
on
enrollment.
PPO. So, and then make the plan changes that are in option 7. So you're forcing, so maybe you'll force some people to pick a different plan. Maybe there'll be some plan migration, maybe there won't. Maybe we haven't reached anybody's pain point yet. So they're gonna try to stay there a little bit longer, but do that. Pay off the piece, pay the $30-something thousand that would be the piece that would be the, buy down the high deductible piece
For
for the
employee only
employees,
to
so
keep
we
it
end
at
up
zero.
with 0, right? Grandfather, use the same grandfather numbers that you gave us in our chart, right? So that would cost us about $323,000.
You're referring to the family subsidy for those prior to 7/1/20.
And then on the HSA piece, change the HSA piece to either $500 or $750. Because if you just did, so if we didn't do anything, if we didn't pick up the 30,000, you got to figure if we grandfathered according to this, where whatever your increase was last year, that's your increase for this next year. That's the proposal that you gave us. That costs $323,000. If we gave $1,000 in the HSA, that's costing $302,000. So that's like it's $600,000. But if you did the 323, if you cut the HSA from 100 down to 500, that gives you 151. Then you add the 30-something, you're at $500,000 cost, which I think is reasonable, or more. Does that make sense? And then I think when we go out to bid, we need to discuss as a board, as Renee is preparing the bid documentation, if we want to say, hey, we just want high deductible, this is what we want to do. We want to change and we want to be more like somebody else, and we want all high deductible plans, and this is how we want to structure it, so we know what we're looking at.
Well, the PPO is a high deductible plan now. It's just that benefit of the prescription drugs. I mean, I cannot see a huge, big difference in the two except that. So what would it mean if we didn't have that on the PPO?
If we change the PPO prescription plan, is that your question?
It's like everybody else, and it's just, it's just part of your deductible.
Then you would see a deeper decrease in the PPO premium. So it'd be even deeper changes than we're showing there.
You talked about a phase out, like over time. Can you give us a ballpark of how many years this phase out would take?
Hard to say, but I think we'd have a better answer for you after this enrollment if you were to make these changes, because these are pretty drastic, and I would argue most of your migration will happen now due to these plan changes, and then we'd be able to see who's still in there. And from those who's still in there, they're using it for prescription coverage. And we know that's why most of them are in there now, because 50% of the claims in the PPO are from prescription. Benchmark is 30%. So that means there's a huge outlier there. They're using it for prescription. You'd argue maybe some will stick, maybe some will move to the high deductible. So I think this is a good, test to see what happens after this enrollment.
Do the grandfathering, no new enrollment?
Correct.
How long does the grandfathering go on?
Up to you. You can freeze it indefinitely until you change your mind. That's a board decision.
Thank you.
And I like the fact that the cuts, like the cuts in 7, are making the calendar year deductible the same as the high deductible, so that you can kind of actually see. And I know you guys do a really good job of educating people when they actually call you, when you get to sit down with them, but to explain to them what the difference between what they're in. You're in the PPO, this is how much you're paying, but did you realize that if you're in the high deductible plan, you aren't paying that premium, and you're never getting there anyway. I know they're in the PPO, people in the PPO that are just paying the PPO piece just because it's habit. That's,
Well, it's fear. It's
Yeah.
fear of the unknown. I
Right.
get it.
And there's
Well,
also a
change-
stigma.
With the changes in 7, the PPO is actually a much higher deductible, because you've got your current year deductible plus 30% under non-hospital services, and then you have 20 and 30% under hospital services. Non-network is plus 30% in current year deductible plus 30. So under RX, it's RX plus $100. That's under non-preferred brand names on prescription drugs. So it's actually more cost-effective for somebody in a PPO to switch to a high deductible if they're not using a lot of prescription drugs.
Well, and that's why I don't think the calendar year deductible for the PPO is high enough for the prescription drugs to really, I agree with the 30% but I think the deductible needs to be higher if we're gonna get people out of and dependent on that plan.
Well, not only is the calendar year deductible higher in the PPO, according to Plan Design 7, but also the out-of-pocket max too. So
So how long would it take somebody to give us a quote? We know what Plan 7 looks like at 8.3. If the only thing we wanted to change was that PPO calendar year deductible from $750 to $1,200, how quickly can somebody give us that number?
I would say probably 5 business days is the typical turnaround. But I will say, and obviously we'll request it sooner, but that's the company line from Florida Blue. I will say when we did, I believe we were asked that question a couple months ago, and we did a test with Florida Blue, and it was minimal rate impact. I think it was less than 0.5% at the time.
I think I remember that vaguely.
Just to give you an idea, but we can certainly request that and push that up if the board wishes.
Well, we know it's going to go down. We know this is our highest, what the amounts that we're showing here is the highest that our employees are going to pay with the other changes and additions. So we just need to set the rate, and then they go with it at whatever it is. It's not going up, it's only going down. So I would be fine approving 7 with the addition of the dollars to cover the increase in the high deductible plan for employee only, so it's 0. I would support and then also include in the motion the grandfathering of the PPO 117 plan, so no new enrollments into that plan as of July 1. And then we just need to decide, I would say $1,000 increase in the prescription calendar year deductible to $1,000 instead of $750.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
I'll second that.
What- was there a
Yeah,
motion
you
I just
covered
said?
that. The only 2 things we have to cover after that is the HSA number and the grandfathering of the traditional family.
Okay.
Right, correct?
Correct.
yes.
Okay. So you have option 7, a motion and a second.
Okay. I have a motion by Ms. Powers, a second by Ms. Roberts. All those in favor?
Aye.
Now, let me clarify that real quick. So when you're saying that it's $1,000, what are you actually saying? Are we approving option 7
Option 7,
with $1,000 for RX, regardless
year
of what it comes
deductible.
out to? Regardless
as
of,
long as it's
because we know it's
lower.
going to be less.
It's going to be less.
Yes.
Yes.
So, to me, it doesn't, we're approving it, and if it's more, if they do an increase,
Then we'll go back to option 7 at the $750.
we'll be meeting again, and Blue Cross Blue Shield will show up. If it's
So,
more.
I mean, don't you think that if it's the same, right, or if it goes down,
Right.
then we go to the $1,000. Then the motion is for $1,000 if the overall rate goes down. If it doesn't change, then you're keeping it.
And we're
at
going to
the-
have a special meeting with Blue Cross Blue Shield here. No, because it better go down. I don't know if it goes down 50 cents, but it should go down.
It will go down.
Thank you.
It will go down. And so so this whole thing is null and void if it doesn't go down. So, and I would think that with just that one little change, it's not going to take them 5 days to come up with what that needs to be.
You're probably correct.
Correct? I mean, I think yeah, so I
He's
understand.
probably watching.
Okay. I hope.
Do we need to redo the motion, or?
No, it's good.
I think we're good.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, then motion carries unanimously.
Okay, so then we just need a motion on the final 2 items, which is
The
the
grandfathering
family
and the
subsidy
HSA.
prior to 7120 and the HSA employer contribution. And so we have a resource for you to review based on option 7. Dustin's going to pull up the option 7 family subsidy.
Do we have that in here in our package?
Yeah,
Yes.
Page 26 of the presentation.
Shows option 6, right? 27, it's page 27. 27.
Option
Twen-
7, 8.3% renewal.
Yeah, it's slide 27, number 26. We pulled it up on the screen.
So 26 is the page number under, I don't know if that's working. Page 26 is the page number listed. So what you see here is 4 options to consider for the grandfathering of the families prior to 7/1/20. Option A, option 1 obviously is no subsidy. Option 2 is blended tier increase. This is how you have gone about this for the past few years. Option C is the current subsidy. So if you are aiming to spend the same amount of money you're currently spending based upon the current enrollment of $323,677, that's the per pay deductions for those individuals. And then option 4 is absorbing the entire increase, which would be roughly $525,000.
Okay, so I'd like to direct your attention to the presentation you made to the Insurance Committee yesterday, which was page 15, where we talked about the current grandfather family subsidy number. And your total was $323,678.
Just a rounding.
So that's, okay.
Current
So that's
subsidy.
1,000, that's, okay, right.
That's what would currently cost us
So it's,
to
so what
continue
what you've
doing.
done in that one is, you've done whatever we gave, whatever the subsidy was. So if I was an employee plus family in the HMO, the subsidy that came from the school district was $182 a month. And last year. And
Correct.
you're saying, okay, I'll do it, the same thing again this year.
Correct.
Okay, then I'm interested in option C. I'm not interested in increasing it to anything else or absorbing the entire increase.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Roberts and a second by Ms. Powers. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
And then the last thing we have is the HSA.
Contribution.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
So
on,
It's either 302 if you kept it at 1,000, and if you keep it at 1,000 at the 302, I draw your attention to it, we would be paying
What page is that on?
32.
17 or,
yeah, it's slide 17, it's number 16, but
Okay.
digital slide 17.
Okay.
I'm interested in option 2, mainly because then I can hold this total cost that we're absorbing. I've got the 323,678. I've got the 32,662 that I've already spent. And if you give me option 2, that's $151,000, which puts me right at about $500,000. And figuring that even though I'm saying your HSA is 500, remember that if you're getting the 790, wherever you are and whatever the 790 is paying for, so I go back to that page for the 790 for option 7 and say option 7 for the 790, if I was in the HMO, the 790 is paying 560 towards that, right? Which means I've got $230 left over from my 790.
That's if you actually got 790. I mean, I'm assuming that you're not going to get the full 790. It's going to be taxed
Yeah, the
and
tax
all of
piece.
that. Whereas the $1,000 just went
Doesn't
into,
happen.
goes into the account. It's not,
Yeah.
there's nothing removed from it.
Yeah.
So I'm more inclined for option 3.
Okay, I'll go with, is that a motion? I'll second your motion.
Yes.
and I have a motion by Ms. Powers, a second by Ms. Roberts. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Okay.
Okay, that takes care of everything for 18.03, correct? Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
So item number 18.04 is the sunset of the sales tax referendum. I would like to open this up for discussion before we vote. Would you like to extend the sales tax, or are you okay with allowing it to sunset? What is the pleasure of the board?
I would move that we allow the sales tax to sunset. We were very clear when we went out and asked the voters. This was specifically to build 2 new schools, Jensen Beach Elementary and Palm City Elementary. And we did that, and, you know, I think that we need to be true to our word and allow this to sunset in December 31, 2025.
I agree.
Is that a
Yeah,
second?
and I think that before we would ever, in my head, before we would ever do a sales tax thing, we would go through the same procedure that we went through 7 years ago of actually identifying that A, B, and C list of safety enhancements that we needed. We would identify the water intrusion piece and what the price tag on that was, and we would be looking at the deferred maintenance piece and seeing what the price tag on that was. And then if there was a replacement school that was necessary, so we would have all those things, so we could be completely confident that we could create the list that we share with everybody that says, here, if this is your school, this is what you're gonna get out of this, and this is what's coming to you based on this. And it's not just we wanna do this, continue doing this because we wanna collect some more money. I mean, I don't think that's, I think I firmly believe that the reason that this passed in 2018 was our ability to do all that homework and specifically identify exactly what we were going to do with the money. And I think we need to be able to show that, yes, we said we were going to do this, we did what we said we were going to do, we let it go away, and if we ever need to come back to you, that's the level of expectation that you should be holding us to, that we would go through that same exercise again. And it isn't just a matter of, I mean, the referendums that happened years ago were all about very short little phrases of for additional expenses. I mean, they were like so vague. It's not something that a voter in Martin County or a taxpayer in Martin County would ever, if they had any sense, and most of them do, would not ever go for, so.
So do I have a motion to sunset?
So moved.
I'll second that.
I have a motion by Mr. DiTerlizzi, a second by Ms. Roberts. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I think we already had a motion and a second on the table, but
I think I seconded Marcia's
Oh.
motion.
Okay.
that's okay.
Should I go back and redo?
It can just be Marcia and Mike, that's fine.
Okay. All right, motion carries unanimously. Item number 18.05, millage referendum resolution. Are there any questions or changes you would like to make to this resolution?
Yes, I have some changes I'd like to make.
Okay, Ms. Roberts?
So I'd like to, and I'll kind of go through, so I appreciate the work you did on this, and I think it looks good, but there's some changes I would like to make to this document on the resolution. So before the first paragraph that says, whereas the electors of Martin County approved a similar referendum in August 23 of 2022, right? Before that paragraph, I think we should be using the paragraph we used that talks about the 2018 referendum. So it doesn't appear, so that it gives people a better sense that this has been done twice before. That language was, whereas the electors of Martin County approved a similar referendum on August 28, 2018, allowing for an increase of 1/2 mil in the ad valorem millage for school operating purposes for 4 years pursuant to section blah, 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 and it's pretty much the same. But it's the language that was, it was the first paragraph.
Yeah, I like that. It's
was
an
that.
good introduction.
So that was one.
Can't we just add it?
Shouldn't say similar, though. It's a timeline, right? So the first one shouldn't say similar of 2018. It should say a referendum was passed in 2018, not a similar one.
Or why can't we just add it to the paragraph? Do you want to make it?
The reason I didn't add it, I don't think we should add it to the paragraph, is because this paragraph, what we approved in 2022 was different language than what we approved in 2018. 2018 didn't have the up to language, and it didn't add the support staff piece. So there was some difference in language of what we had in the original referendum. So I'm saying to take that paragraph, the paragraph that we used in 2022, right? Where that paragraph in 2022 refers back to the 2018 referendum and says, this is what you approved in 2018, okay? Then this referendum saying, this is what you approved, the second paragraph saying, this is what you approved in 2022. So paragraph 1 is saying, in 2018, you approved this. Second paragraph, in 2022, you approved this. So it's kind of a lead-in. If you've already approved this twice, 2 separate paragraphs, here's your language from what you approved the first time, here's your language from what you approved the second time. That's,
I'm okay with it, can't hurt.
yeah, yeah, it gives them that continuity. Then in the third existing paragraph, where it says, whereas Martin County property tax bills for, and it's got the 22-23. Huh?
I said all of this language won't be on the
No, this is just the resolution. So that piece where it says, whereas Martin County property tax bills for, I think that should say 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023. Because that's, and take out the 24 and 25, because that's the actual period of time that we've collected it. We've collected it on those 6 tax bills now.
Right.
So that would clean up that piece.
Okay, well,
Ahead more.
I guess for that paragraph where it says that it's been approved by the electors, they approved all the way up through 25, even though we haven't collected. So wouldn't you put it through 25?
Property tax bills included in addition, but I'm using the past tense of included. That's where I got the,
Okay.
you know.
Read me that paragraph again.
It's
So,
confusing.
whereas Martin County property tax bills for 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23 included an additional up to 1/2 mil as approved by the electors. And I'm okay with the up to because the first one, even though it was set right at a 1/2 mil, that's up to the 1/2 mil. And then the next one, but since it's saying the bill included that, we don't have the bills for 24 and 25 yet.
No, those were projected.
I agree.
Okay, then in the 6th paragraph about the oversight committee, I think we should change that, so it should say, instead of saying 2022, put in the word voter, and say, whereas an oversight committee made up of Martin County citizens met regularly to monitor and review income and expenditures of the voter-approved additional ad valorem millage since 2019.
Yeah, I agree.
So then I'm not using the up to 1/2 mil or anything else, I'm just saying that that's what they did since 2019. On the second page, the 4th one down, whereas the Martin County School Board desires the flexibility to implement, I think it should say continue to implement less than a full 1/2 mil, since they've already given it to us once. And you have the 82.6 number, right, for that paragraph there. Then I think after the section that says, whereas section 1011.719 authorizes us to collect, right? If we added 2 more whereases in there, one that says, where section 1011.73 paragraph 3 Florida statute specifies that voter referendums of this type must take place in a general election. And then the next whereas, with general elections occurring in 2024 and 2026, necessitates a voter referendum in the 2024 general election to not skip a property tax bill for 2026. Because that's the whole real purpose of this, that if we don't vote on it in 2024, if we waited and voted on it in 2026, it would be voted on in November of 2026, and there's no way it could be on the tax bill in November of 26.
So we'd have to wait till
So then
27.
you would skip a year. So I think that language kind of captures the skipped year piece. And then the therefore be it resolved, I think the third line of 1 needs to say general election and have the November date.
The third line.
Third line, in conjunction with it needs to be the general election of November, I don't know what the date of the November election is. Whatever the
November 4th? No.
November.
First Tuesday in November? Got to get there. November 5th.
November 5, 2024. And I think the resolution number, this resolution is 2402, Diane? Or is it 01?
Supposed to be 01.
So this should be 02.
Okay.
It won't be voted on in the primary?
Can't be
No,
voted on
that's
in
part
the
of the
primary.
problem as to why we're having to go back.
The law changed and it now has to be, which is why we have to do it now.
To get more voters.
Yeah.
Because otherwise we'll skip a whole year.
And then, it doesn't matter to me one way or the other whether we use the ballot language that you used, that you created for us, thank you, Jennifer, or if we just repeat the one that we did before.
Okay.
The one that we did before that said, shall the Martin County School District continue the existing ad valorem millage up to 1/2 mil per year beginning July 1, 2026, change the dates, and ending June 30, 2030, for essential operating expenses, parentheses, school safety and security, mental health programs, recruiting and retaining qualified teachers and support staff, professional development, academic initiatives, providing charter school funds proportionate to student enrollment as required by law with annual reporting to citizens.
So which one would you all want to use? The current one that's here or the one that was used last year?
I don't, I mean, and the reason I'm looking at that is, even though we know that part of what we're doing is for salaries for teachers, there is a portion of the community that doesn't resonate with. So by tying this so tightly to teacher salaries, I think it's good to have it recruiting and retaining qualified teachers and support staff, but you've got some old people that would be offended by the raising the salaries of teachers kind of thing.
I'm old, I resemble that remark.
Because I can just see that it's leading us down a road of well, wait a minute, in a bargaining session, what does raising mean? Are you really raising, I think it's a.
I mean, last time that we did this, that was the big push. That was what I heard a lot, was teacher salaries, and then it passed over 60%. So to me, like, that was something that was important to the voter. So then
I just struggle with, if we raise the money, I mean, we have another whole segment of our workforce that is woefully underpaid as well, like lowest paid employees. I don't want it to tie our hands to not be able to reward them for their work, because all of what they do supports teachers and their ability to do what they do. Because if cleaning their
How about we
rooms
say
every night, like
teachers and
the
essential
custodial
employees?
staff,
Yeah,
there's
well,
so many things that go
Teachers,
into.
staff, support staff, I mean,
so one thing we have to keep in mind is we have to keep this ballot language at 75 words. So that is, if we start changing it, we have to keep that in mind.
I think
don't
if
think it's a
the
deal
one that we
breaker.
used before is just.
And we have to take out other
Which
words. 'cause
whereas
we're
The
at
one,
75.
it wasn't on there. So the ballot language before was, shall the Martin County School District continue the existing ad valorem millage up to 1/2 mil per year beginning, and it would say 2026 and ending 2030, for essential operating expenses. And then in parentheses, it said, school safety and security, mental health programs, recruiting and retaining qualified teachers and support staff, professional development, academic initiatives. And then it add the charter school language and the reporting language.
I don't have any problem,
I just think
I don't have any problem with that.
that was recommended by.
Yeah, if we don't have to, it's just recommended.
We're going to do it because we're required to do it, I guess.
Yeah, but so I look at all the people that we don't talk to that are just reading the language and try to make the language, and they've seen, this language they've seen, and that was the language that they voted
Okay.
2-1 for, so that's why I just.
Well, are you all good with these changes? That's been spoken? Okay. Do I have a motion?
So I move the resolution with those changes.
Okay.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Ms. Roberts and a second by Ms. Powers. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
You got all this, right, Diane?
Sure you'll be at her office first thing in the morning? Maybe tonight.
Moving on. Item number 18.06, Workforce Development Capitalization Incentive Program. Are there any questions from the board? Do I have a motion? Anyone? Do I have a motion for 18.06?
I make a motion to approve 18.06.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Powers and a second by Ms. Pritchett. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item number 18.07, requisitions to be approved for purchase orders over $100,000. Are there any questions from the board?
Move
Do I have a
approval.
motion? Thank you. I have a motion by Mr. DiTerlizzi and a second. Second by Ms. Pritchett. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item number 18.08, request approval to piggyback Volusia County School Board ITB number SWC-21-011EB cafeteria large equipment. Are
Move
there,
approval to piggyback with Volusia County School Board ITB number SWC-21-11EB, cafeteria large equipment.
I have a motion by Mr. DiTerlizzi and a second by,
Second.
is that Ms. Powers?
Yes.
Second by Ms. Powers. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item number 18.09, approval of the 5-year capital outlay plan. Are there any questions?
I have a quick question. Who's handling this item? Staff. Oh, Mr. Morrison, does this ensure that we meet the statutory time frame on these impact fees so that we don't have to return them to parties that paid them? Just want to
Yes.
make sure, that's all.
Yes, as we discussed at the February 13th budget workshop, we have strategized the use of the impact fee, so that does not happen.
Thank you very much.
And have we gotten any opinion on Mid-County?
Yes, actually, the superintendent authorized me to contact a firm that a county to the north uses for the impact fee challenges. So I'm in contact with them with respect to those mid-county movements. So we should have an answer for you by the April 2nd budget workshop.
So do we need to go in and make changes so that we don't have a Mid-County anymore? Do we need to redraw the zones, like what?
Once I have an opportunity to discuss that with the consultants, then they will have a recommendation for you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So do I have a motion?
Move approval.
I have a motion by Mr. DiTerlizzi and a second by Ms. Pritchett. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item number 18.10, extended school year 2024 incentive pay for instructional positions, MCEA, AFSME, and technical professional. Are there any questions from the board?
I move approval of 18.10.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Powers and a second by Ms. Pritchett.
I
All
got a
those in
question.
favor? Oh, go ahead.
So have they all signed off on this?
We have to approve it before they will. I believe that's the case, right?
Yeah, because it looks like it's not signed.
So this one's going a little backwards. MCEA sent an email notification today that they will not do anything until the CBA has gone through ratification. So this is putting you in a position to, based on the language, to either support or not support based on ratification by the union.
So I don't understand.
So you have a summer school ESY MOU before you. The reason for the timing of this and the reason why we were hoping MCEA would have ratified and agreed to ratify is because the money that is being used to pay the $50 an hour is money that could potentially go away, that is grant funded.
So
if we approve this and they never sign it,
Nothing happens until they ratify.
So we could not have anybody working in the summer if we don't,
They will be receiving the regular hourly rate. This was to bring them into alignment with what we would pay our other non-ESE teachers at the $50 an hour rate.
well, let's hope we can get things settled then. You know, I don't know.
Like bullying.
I don't know that we should,
Didn't
I
do
don't
that here.
know that we should hold anything up. I mean, we need to have, I would want to pay these, I think it's a great incentive, $50 an hour, and so I think I don't see is there a downside for us moving forward first?
We wouldn't,
get it if it isn't ratified? No.
no, they will not. Nothing happens unless the union ratifies. I think we wanted to bring this forward to the board because it puts you in a position to be able to say, this is what we want to do for our teachers that are teaching ESE, ESY, summer school, to give them the extra $50 an hour. It's up to the union to ratify.
Hypothetically, if we do not ratify before the time that summer school starts, they're not going to get it anyway, no matter what we say.
That is correct. They will go to, that is correct.
But at least we are.
But we approved it.
Got it.
Correct.
But then we will be in a position to give back money. How much is this? Like, if we
I-
pay
I-
it the
that
normal
I will
rate?
have to defer to
Kind of like
Ms.
to know what the
Sanchez.
difference is.
Yes.
I mean, I hope we're not put in that position, but
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Superintendent Main. The reason for this request from the board is because, I don't know if everyone recalls I was here last school year, but all other summer school programs that are paid through ARP already have a ratified MOU that says that they will receive $50 an hour this summer. So every other summer school program is going to receive $50 an hour if you're a teacher teaching in them, except extended school year, which is a mandated program that we must provide for students with disabilities. So it's already hard to retain ESE teachers over the summer, but we have a discrepancy in pay with the teachers that are getting paid through ARP to teach the rest of summer school. We won't have any staff to teach the actual program that is mandated by law to teach. So our request is from the ESE department, we know we're waiting for ratification, but our ESE teachers can see that the school board and the school district 100% know that they deserve the same amount of money as the rest of the teachers. And we're hoping that the union can ratify and support the rest of the teachers in their union, because one portion at this point will be making $50 an hour in the summer. And at this point, the teachers that are teaching in ESY with our students that are most vulnerable are not receiving that pay as of today. If you do accept our proposal from the district, at this point it's at MCA's pretty much through their bargaining to decide whether the rest of the teachers will make the $50 an hour.
When did they retract from agreeing to this? Today? So,
We
Dr.
received
Estevez?
email notification from the union shortly before this board meeting commenced.
Okay.
Do you want to say something?
Oh, good evening. I was just going to say that when we were at, can you hear me? Okay. When we were at negotiations at that point, it seemed as though they were going to put it forward. And then I found out, Mrs. Sanchez found out today from Mr. Mean that they were pulling that back. And as Ms. Sanchez explained, we have a tough time as it is getting ESE teachers to teach mandated extended school year as it is. And if they don't have the same comparable salary as the teachers who are teaching, say, reading camp and other programs, then we're going to be in a worse off position because this is federally the expectation. This is on the students' IEPs.
Ms. Roberts?
And the sunset language in here, the August 1st, 2024 sunset language puts us in a position where, so we know that it's coming from ESSER ARP money, and so that if they don't, and it also says that it's only prospective, so those two things protect us from the point of view of we don't end out getting to
No harm.
September, November or something, ARP, ESSER are completely gone, and now somebody says, I taught in the summer, oh, now we're willing to sign this that your board ratified, and now you owe us the money and go find it in your general fund, correct?
I do want to, I'm sorry, Mrs. Roberts, to express extended school year is paid out of the general fund. It is an FTE generated program for the summer. The other summer school programs are not, they're getting paid through ARP. And the union last year already had agreed for 2 years, for last school year and this school year, the summer programs for teachers that are paid through ARP to receive $50 an hour. ESY was not part of that MOU. Last year, they did approve an MOU for ESY, and we would hope that the union would want the rest of the teachers to make the same amount of money. I don't think they would want half of their bargaining unit to make $50, I would think, and the other half to make the hourly rate. But extended school year is not grant funded. Extended school year is from the general fund, but it is FTE generated.
Doesn't make sense why they wouldn't sign this.
No.
Maybe if they choose not to, then we take it out of next year's raise pool.
The only explanation was that they will wait to ratify along with all the other CBA, with the rest of the CBA.
Whatever.
So Wilma just confused me, maybe Carter can make it more confusing?
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the board, the reason that the ESY is paid for out of the general fund is because we have a federal requirement to maintain effort. So what that means is the amount of money that you're spending on ESE this year has to be equal or more than what you've spent in the prior year. So if we spend the ESY dollars out of the ARP grant, and when the Auditor General reviews our financials and they realize that Function 5200, which is where all our ERC costs are charged, is less than what it was in the prior year, then we could have a maintenance of effort finding with respect to that. So we've made sure that we've paid for that out of the general fund.
So I'm reading the sentence in the description that said MOUs with MCA and ASCME were approved last school year for grant-funded summer school positions.
The summer
ESSER
school, not
are.
extended.
Correct. That was just a reminder of why we are requesting $50. So that it was a reminder that last school year, there was an approval for ARP to fund the other summer school programs. So it was just a reminder, something for the board to look at in case, I don't think, in case you didn't memorize that from last year, the other MOU, just a reminder that the other summer programs are getting paid $50 an hour through ARP.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, we've already done a motion and a second, so we just need to vote. All those in favor? Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item number 19.01, K-12 Science Instructional Materials Adoption. Are there any questions from the board? Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve K through 12 science instructional materials.
I have a motion by Ms. Pritchett and a second by
I'll second.
Ms. Roberts. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, moving on, we are going to our first review of school board policies and to approve the advertising. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on these items, number 20.01 through 2012? Seeing none, we will move forward with our policies. Our first policy is item number 20.01, policy number 1242 and 3242, professional learning. Are there any questions from the board?
I move approval of the advertising.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Roberts and a second by Ms. Powers. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item number 20.02, policy number 2120, school improvement. Are there any questions from the board? Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve the advertising?
So moved.
Have a motion by Ms. Roberts and a second by
Second.
Ms. Powers. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item number 20.03, policy number 5111.01, homeless students. Are there any questions from the board?
Move approval.
I have a motion by Ms. Roberts and a second by
Yep.
Ms. Powers. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item number 20.04, policy number 5410, student progression. Are there any questions from the board?
I move approval of 20.04.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Powers and a second by Ms. Pritchett. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item number 20.05, policy number 5410.01, promotion, acceleration, placement, and retention. Are there any questions from the board?
I had one.
Yes, Ms. Roberts?
On page 5 of 6, Diane, can you fix that, 2/3 of the way down the page, that 3, 4, and E? Go up just a little bit. See 3, 4, E, right there, go up
Yep.
a little bit, just up,
Okay.
wrong up, other up, that up, stop. See, it has for D, 1, 2, 3, I don't know if that's 4, I think. Yeah, I see 3 is red.
4 is red, and then there's
So 3 and 4 are coming out, and then it's just going to continue on as DE.
Oh, so the
There
E
is
need-
no 3 and there is no 4.
Right.
Correct.
That's why
It'll
they're
be
red.
1, 2, and then, okay.
Thanks.
Do I have a motion to approve the advertising for this policy?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. DiTerlizzi, a second by Ms. Pritchett. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item number 20.06, policy number 5460, graduation requirements. Are there any questions from the board? Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve the advertising?
Move approval advertisement 20.06.
I have a motion by Mr. DiTerlizzi.
Second.
And the second by Ms. Pritchett, or Ms.
Oh, it was Ms. Powers.
Ms. Powers. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item number 20.07, policy number 5465, general education development, GED tests. Are there any questions from the board? Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve the advertising?
So moved.
I have a motion by Ms. Roberts and a second by Mr. DiTerlizzi. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item number 20.08, policy number 5513, care of school property. Are there any questions from the board? Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve the advertising for this policy?
Move approval of the advertising for 20.08.
Second?
I have a motion by Mr. DiTerlizzi and a second by Ms. Pritchett. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item number 20.09, policy number 5710, student and parent complaints. Are there any questions from the board? Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve the advertising for this policy?
Move approval of 5710, student and parent complaints, 20.09.
Second?
I have a motion by Mr. DiTerlizzi, a second by Ms. Pritchett. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item number 20.10, policy number 5780, student parent rights. Are there any questions from the board? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
question.
Oh, you have a question? Go ahead.
Yeah, with that settlement, I know we just got a notice today from Mr. Shazio about the changes with that settlement with the state regarding the bill that was mentioned here earlier. Does this affect this parent rights policy? Does not?
Ms. DeShazo?
It does not. The majority of the things that came out of the settlement language were things that the Martin County School District already had in place and under legal guidance that was given to us back in August 2022 when House Bill 1557 passed. We were already doing most of the things that were contested in the lawsuit correctly, so there's not really anything that we're going to need to do differently as a result of the settlement agreement.
Thank you very much. Move approval of 20.10, 5780, student parental rights.
Second?
I have a motion by Mr. DiTerlizzi. I have a second by Ms. Pritchett. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item number 20.11, policy number 5782, parent guardian notification and permission, school-sponsored events and activities. Are there any questions from the board? Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve the advertising for this policy?
Motion to approve
Second.
20.11.5782.
I have a motion by Ms. Pritchett and a second by Mr. DiTerlizzi. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item number 20.12, policy number 8410.01, critical incident response. Are there any questions from the board? Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve the advertising for this policy?
Second.
Which was that? Who's the second? Okay, thank you. I have a motion by Ms. Roberts and a second by Ms. Powers. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, we will now move on to open with the board, or open to the board. Mr. DiTerlizzi, do you have anything this evening?
No, thank you. I'm good.
Ms. Roberts?
Yeah, just so that we're clear, so the resolution that we passed, if Mr. George can, once it's done, if you can, the normal procedure is that you would send it to the supervisor of elections to make sure that it's fine, and then the
Correct.
report goes on.
The next step would be to Mrs. Davis.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Pritchett?
Yeah, Mr. Shazo, in light of Mr. DiTerlizzi's question, would you kindly tell the board and the public when we were notified of this legislative settlement and how the district is proceeding? I think the public should be aware of exactly the timeline that ensued.
Sure. So when the settlement agreement was reached, part of what was reported widely in the media was about the fact that the Florida Department of Education was going to send out guidance to school districts, pertaining to anything that they might need to do as a result of the settlement. We received that information from the Florida Department of Education's General Counsel yesterday. It was sent to the superintendent with an instruction and advisement that it should be shared with district personnel and school staff. Our legal counsel took a look at the settlement agreement, the information that came from DOE, and the guidance that they had previously issued in August of 2022 covered most of the things that were listed in the settlement agreement. Some of the sticking points, I guess you could call it, of what was proposed in the agreement has to do with bringing up subjects in instruction versus conversation. And the district already had clearly defined parameters that were given to schools that have been in place since August of 2022 about the difference between instructing students on these subjects and what's permissible to do in maybe the sense of counseling a student, what steps to take, all of those things. So there isn't really anything that the district is going to be doing differently than the guidance, and that was communicated to all of our administrators, including at the school level today, with instructions that they take the guidance from 2022 that they already had and go over that again with their staff, with their faculty, and make sure there's a clear understanding of what we're going to continue to do in the Martin County School District.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Powers? Superintendent Maine?
Yes, ma'am, thank you. So a couple of just clarifying points. The irrigation system at South Fork High School, it was stated that the irrigation system is not been working. The irrigation system at South Fork High School is fully operational. What is not operational and has not been operational for the last several years is the golf course irrigation system. But that is factored into the renovation that is planned for the golf course. And once the golf course has been fully renovated, then there will be a brand new irrigation system to make sure that that's properly, the turf is properly maintained. There was some discussion about an ag teacher that is no longer at Murray Middle School. We received a text message during the meeting that the principal of Murray Middle School was unaware that that ag teacher was resigning. However, since notification was given during tonight's board meeting, we did verify that that teacher is going to be submitting her letter of resignation and is going into a taxidermy position outside of the school district or teaching profession altogether. House bill and the settlement was clearly reviewed by Ms. DeShazo. Thank you very much. And we do not currently have 5 elementary music teacher openings. We anticipate 1 opening at the end of this school year at Jensen Beach Elementary due to retirement. So that's all I have. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
So I had a question for you then. So has Hope Sound Elementary been without a music teacher for the whole year?
Hope Sound Elementary teaching position has been filled. It was open for quite a while, yes, that is true, but the position has been filled and there's someone in that position.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? All right, this meeting is adjourned.